And good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for day number 2 of the U.S. Majors Tour, the second day, or probably the first event on the U.S. Majors Tour schedule here in the Northeast Division. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and I'm sure we'll have a couple other voices joining us here during the day. We've also got Giancarlo Schooler pushing all the buttons for us today, giving you all the great views of beautiful 2-mile, 10-turn Summit Point Raceway. And Brian, so good morning. Had a great day of racing here yesterday, but we've had some barometric issues, we'll say here, leading into day number 2.
That's actually to say the least. So did get some overnight rain, as many of you, most of you can see out in the paddock. Looks like we've lost a couple canopies due to the wind coming up. But, Greg, yesterday we kind of had cooler temperatures. We had the sun out all day long. The track just really didn't grip up like I thought it would.
Right.
There was a lot of grip issues coming in, talking to some of the drivers afterwards, kind of on the way out last night. And then we get the rain coming in, last night. It's still a little damp out here in certain spots. We are starting to see a lot of gray, at least down the front stretch and at least down into turn 1. But all of whatever grip was in the track, that's all gone.
It's all gone.
Right? That is all gone. We're starting over. It's going to be green. I know we had, a couple qualifying sessions out this morning. That's just not enough to get it in here. So this first race is going to be interesting because we're in a group that needs the draft to pass and is going to run side by side.
Well, before we start talking about our first race of the day, Brian, why don't we take a quick look at the schedule so we can show our viewers what we have coming up today. Here. As we show here on the screen, on the right-hand side, we did have our final 2 qualifying sessions of the day, as you mentioned here, but it is nothing but 23-lap or 50-minute feature races for the rest of the day. 6 different races, 6 different run groups. The schedule currently is to have 3 of them in a row, break for lunch, and then we'll come back in the afternoon with our final 3 races. But first up is going to be, I think, probably one of the most exciting races we're going to see here all weekend. Spec Miata and new to SCCA Majors Racing, SMX for the NC Miatas.
Yeah, I tell you what a great race we had yesterday, kind of mid-morning for this group here. You had Christian Zarnecki and Rob Hines nose to tail the entire 15 laps. Then you got to throw in, at one point we had Mark Cephalo and Brian Henderson nose to tail. That kind of broke out a little bit as they got toward the end.
Yeah, and they pushed themselves right up to Zarnecki and Hines, at least for early on in the race before our eventual first and second place finishers. Zarnecki, who took the win, Hines, who finished second in Spec Miata, they kind of moved away from the rest of the field. Not, at least for the top step on the podium in SMX, not so close as Camden Gruber.
Make sure we get that right.
Was he pretty much opened up, I think, almost about an 11-second lead by halfway in that 25-minute race.
Actually, almost got all the way to the top of where our SM racers leading,
right,
with Zarnecki and Hines, almost got to them, got to the back of Cephalo, and was able to just kind of hold it back just a little bit kind of on the last lap, but was able to get up to really that 4th place car there. So again, Camden Gruber right now, is really circling this track pretty well.
Yeah, so Camden, he had the ITS track record here at Summit Point in an NC MX-5 NC Miata. He was lapping yesterday almost a full second per lap faster than Chase McIntyre finished second, and then Spencer Bogart finished third. Brian, field has just been given the 1-minute warning on the grid. Let's run down the starting order for today's race.
All right. Starting 24th from Amherst, Ohio, in the 186, that's Bill Dodd. Starting in the 23rd position from Knoxville, Tennessee, the 70 of Robert Garrison. Starting in the 22nd position from Falmouth, Virginia, that's the 28 of David Henderson. Starting in the 21st position from Townsend, Maryland, the 39 of Andrew Wagner. Starting in the 20th position from Windmore, Pennsylvania, the 49 of Tom Gahn. Starting in the 19th position from Inglewood, and I can't name the state because it's kind of blacked out here. That is the 171 of Zachariah Rosenberg. Starting in the 18th position.
I think that's Englewood, New York.
I think it could be.
The New York region is kind of the tip-off.
That is a good point. I could see that. So Starting in 18th position from Harrisonburg, Virginia, the 71 of Brad Williams. Starting in the 17th position, the 178 from Gurnee, Illinois, that's Robert Cahall. Starting in the 16th position from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, the 82 of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. Starting in the 15th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 78 of Ted Cahall. Starting in the 14th position from Binghamton, New York, the 46 of D'Amico Luigi. Starting in the 13th position, again from Amherst, Ohio, the 11 of Will Dodd. Starting in the 12th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the 18 of James Lindenthal. Starting in the 11th position in the 198 from Ruther Glen, Virginia, that's Dan Conway. Starting in the 10th position from Strasburg, Virginia, the 51 of Brian Price. Starting in the 9th position and 4th in Spec Miata, the 00 from Swayersville, Pennsylvania, that's the 00 of Mark Cephalo. And starting 3rd in Spec Miata from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the 97 of Brian Henderson. And on the front row in Spec Miata, starting on the outside in the row 2, or in the 2nd position, the number 4 from Arlington, Virginia, that's Rob Hines. And starting on the pole, and your winner from yesterday, from Plymouth, Massachusetts, the 44 of Christian Zarnecki.
All right, so let's move over now to SMX, which is our first group that went out behind the pace car. We see the second pace car bringing Spec Miata, who we just talked about, coming out onto the field now.
All right, and starting in the 5th position from Canfield, Ohio, that's the 57 of Dave Pinterick. Starting in the 4th position from Akron, Ohio, the 13 of Chase McIntyre. Starting in the 3rd position from New York, New York, the 79 of Spencer Bogart. Starting in the 2nd position and on the front row in the number 60 from Glenwood, Maryland, that's Aiden Coleman. And starting on the pole in the SMX, and your winner from yesterday from Winchester, Virginia, the number 24 of Camden Gruber.
Exactly. All right, so we've got our first pace car now, bringing that 5-car SMX field now down into turn number 5. Should mention, and you ran down the list here, towards the tail of the field there in the, I believe it is the orange number 57 or red number 57. That is Dave Pinterick, who is our 2017 national champion in GT1.
Right.
Big difference in horsepower. Now, Dave's he's dabbled a bit in Spec Racer Ford before, and he's planning on running both this season, both SMX as well as GT1. This season had his debut in that car at Road Atlanta about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, Dave in the last couple of years, as you just mentioned, Greg, has gone from the high power cars down to the, where you need help, right? The lower RPM cars, I'm going to say. Again, and bouncing back and forth. So, again, we've seen that, multiple times. So,
well, as he told me at Road Atlanta, he says every car, whether it be a car like this or a GT1 800 horsepower Mustang, every car is a momentum car.
That's correct.
It's just where you make that and where you keep that momentum is different for every
that is
car.
true.
All right, Brian, pace car is on the pit road for our SMX field. Our starter is looking the field over. I believe that is Beth Burkhardt, and she waves the green flag, and we are underway. And actually, there are only 4 cars out here.
Pinterick not in the field.
Yeah, right. So we just spent a whole bunch of time talking about Dave Pinterick, and he's not here. Camden Gruber goes down center of track. He has the lead for the moment, but they are side by side with Aiden Coleman now in the number 60 car. Pardon me. Goes around the outside, but finds maybe a little bit less grip there as he was trying to brake in the wet in that polished down section. And Camden Gruber is going to lead the field now into turn 3 with Coleman, Bogart, and then McIntyre as the pace car for our Spec Miatas is on the pit lane. And then we've got Christian Zarnecki and Rob Hines leading the field onto the front straight. And green flag is in the air, and we are racing down Spec Miata. And what a start, Brian, for Christian Zarnecki. He opens up about 4 car lengths on the left lane, led by Rob Hines. And we had Brian Henderson and Brian Price all get ahead of Rob Hines before they even got to the start-finish stand. And so we'll continue to check this out. But Hines drops back, I believe, as they come out of turn number 2. The blue number 4, he is a very distant fourth place right now, trying to protect to the inside going into turn 3.
Yeah, going to drop back to fifth there, Greg, as they head out of turn 2 and up into turn 3. I tell you what, Rob Hines not getting the start he wanted. Not sure if he either missed a shift or just didn't go it. Is here comes our SMX leaders, and we only have 3 of them now, Greg. That is Camden Gruber, Aiden Coleman, and Spencer Boger. So Chase McIntyre just now coming out of turn 10, heading down towards the start-finish line.
And getting word that the 13 machine did 2 360s over at turn 9.
That's a 720.
That would be a 720. That would be great if he was on a skateboard or on a surfboard, on a shortboard, but not so good at a race car. Yeah, so he drops back quite a bit. We'll get the timing and scoring up here for you momentarily and be able to show you that. But Rob Hines also on that first lap lost the position to Mark Cephalo.
A couple, actually, he's lost 3 positions.
Yeah,
Greg.
he's fallen even further back now. So we see Rob Hines, who finished second on the podium yesterday, back now in 5th place as Sarnecki has opened up now about 10 car lengths on Brian Henderson, on Brian Price, and on Mark Cephalo, and then Robbie Hines a little bit further back from there.
Yeah, it looks like Henderson and Price are just comfortable sitting there right now, nose to tail, to try to catch Zarnecki. Again, long way to go here, still 22 laps for these guys. Again, eventually what's going to happen is that, and what we saw yesterday, Camden and Gruber are going to get into the back of that field, which will shorten some of those laps for some of these people. But Zarnecki, Price, and Henderson right now comfortable just sitting right where they're at. They took you off.
Okay. All right, we're both back. All right, so here as we're following our our Spec Miata field down through the carousel here, we can see that gap that Sarnecki opened initially. It started to close up just a little bit, Brian, as we've got Brian Henderson now and Brian Price.
B squared.
Yeah, B squared, trying to close things down. So Brian Price, multi-time Mars Spec Miata champion, Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series champion, lots of time here at Summit Point Raceway. Brian Henderson, multiple Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Spec Miata winner, Majors and Super Tour winner as well. So they're starting to close things up on Sarnecki. And we've got then Hines and Cephalo trying to push up. And Brian, as they go down into turn 1, they have now closed up to Sarnecki as a little bit further back in the field here, coming down towards turn 1. Ted Cahall, Lindenthal, Domenico Luigi, Zachariah Rosenberg. I think about 7 wide going into turn 1.
Yeah, they came out of turn 10, and it looks like the what is it? That must be the one.
I think that's
178. It's Robert Cahall, kind of, and was kind of stacked up there a little bit. Kind of stacked Tom Gaughan and Garrison and all that, and Nicole Cooper Cephalo back up a little bit. That actually let the 71 of Brad Williams get back ahead of that entire group. But yeah, it just looks like they stacked up coming out of there.
All right, let's take a look now. We're going to jump over to SMX that's coming into turn 3 now here, and there is our leader. That is not Mark Cephalo. That's Camden Gruber in the Planet Miata SMX car, and much like he did yesterday, starting to open up an advantage on the rest of the SMX field on Coleman and Bogard. Now the gap about 2.5 seconds, and we actually saw a very good race yesterday in SMX between Aiden Coleman and Spencer Bogar as they were battling it out for second position. We'll continue to watch that fight.
Greg, I got to tell you, early on, I'm really shocked that Zarnecki's able to pull that far ahead of and we got one car that went off down there, and that is going to be Brian Price, able to continue, but locked it up going down into turn 1. So now throw Brian Price out of that third position. He's going to drop all the way back. And actually, that's actually going to be a good thing for Dan Conway because he was on an island by himself. Now he's going to end up getting into the draft of Brian Price. That may be able to work together as they get up into Hines and Cephalo.
Yeah, but the other thing there, Brian, is not only did that affect Brian Price, but Brian Henderson is now behind the 51 car as as they are now working their way through. And just saw a little bit further back from there, we had Cephalo and Hines. Cephalo getting very loose going into 5.
Henderson still sitting in second place. Then you've got Cephalo and Hines coming through. That's Brian Price. That's Dan Conway.
That's Conway. Gotcha.
So Conway is actually benefiting, unfortunately, for Brian Price's mistake there going into turn 1, where now they're going to be in the back of that in that draft. So now that's actually going to help them get back up.
Now, we just saw Robbie Hines, who, of course, didn't have a great start, drop 2 wheels coming out of turn 9 going up the hill. That definitely hurts his pace. So he falls back now off of the back of the Cephalo Planet Miata machine, and Price is starting to look a little bit more racy now. Makes up a little bit on the draft to the number 4 machine. The 4 just not getting that good run. Now we're also starting to see drivers as they go down in towards turn 1. They're starting, I think, finally to recognize that maybe they're not going to get the best braking all the way over drivers left. Going in the 1, they're starting to move over about a half a car width, Brian. Even though the track is still slightly damp, it's not nearly as polished down. But we're also now starting to see Camden Gruber work his way through the back of the Spec Miata field here as they come down into turn 1, and Camden Gruber leads that whole pack of Spec Miatas through. That's going to bottle up. That is definitely going to bottle up Coleman and Bogar.
Well, I was going to say that actually, Camden Gruber able to get through there as he comes out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. That's going to separate them even more. But now you've got Bogar, and then you've got Aiden Coleman. They're the ones battling through that as well. So getting through that into turn 1, into turn 2, out of turn 2, and into turn 3 really stack them up.
Yeah, we see here now is it looks like Coleman. There's the green, white, and black NC Miata of Coleman having to come down the inside of a number of our Spec Miata racers. And the turn 7 folks showing the blue flag, a lot of racers down there. But look at this as they come across the start-finish line. We've got Robbie Hines now makes the move on Mark Cephalo. That is going to move Hines now back up into 3rd position. So move Cephalo back. And then we've got Brian Price and Dan Conway, and wow, I'm starting to go through puberty here during this race. You find everything. Spec Miata has a lot of deleterious effects on people, I guess.
2 things. Rob Hines got a great run out of turn 10. Not to take away from your
my medical issue.
But Rob Hines got a great run out of turn 10, so that really started through the carousel coming up through there out of 9 up through 10, and then dropping back a little bit before you had Ted Cahall and Will Dodd. Will Dodd tried to make a move to go to driver's right. Well, just past the start-finish line down in the first little cutout, it's wet down there still.
Right.
And so he forced Will Dodd into that. He had to get out of it, get back in behind Ted Cahall. And so they ended up going nose to tail through turns 1 and 2 last time by. So a lot of jockeying, a lot of movement going on right now, on this track. Again, still areas that are very, very damp that you've got to tiptoe and be careful as our SM leaders are now coming out of turn 10, getting ready to head down the front stretch. Brian Henderson starting to reel Chris Zarnecki in just a little bit, ever so slightly there, Greg, as they start to head down. Brian Price back on the back bumper of Mark Cephalo. So where Brian Price had that, almost spin going into 1, last couple laps by, he is now regrouped.
Yeah, and so there we go. And yes, it is Brian Henderson running in second, not Conway. Henderson that last time by made up 0.4 of a second on our leader Zarnecki. So starting to dial things in, starting to get a little bit more comfortable with the damp conditions that we have out here. Remember, this is either a 23 lap or 50-minute race. So we've got a maximum of 40 minutes left in this race, or 16 laps. There is a lot of time to go for all of these racers. It's a lot of time for Zarnecki to be watching the rearview mirror as Henderson now going into turn 5. He's right on the back of the number 44 car.
Yeah, I think at this point it's going to be a matter of them two just trying to hook up, pull away from Rob Hines. Rob Hines starting to gain a little bit as well, but as Henderson starts to close that gap, they can go ahead and drive off, just as we saw yesterday with Zarnecki and Hines.
Yeah, and so, I think the question would be, did maybe Zarnecki get out of it a little bit to bring the 97 up to him, possibly.
I'm not sure if that's a driver you want to bring up to you
Well,
because he's got a lot of experience
that
here.
would be a poor choice, I think, if he did. Now, we can see here as our drivers are coming through turn 10 that a dry line is starting now to come upon us as our leaders now side by side, door to door, as they cross the start-finish line to start lap number 8 for Spec Miata. And as they come down into turn number 1, taking the point, taking the lead, Brian Henderson moving our pole sitter Zarnecki back into second.
Tell you what, Greg, Zarnecki's car looked like it got real tight coming off of turn 10 that time by, because Brian Henderson was able to get outside left of the rumble strips and get that momentum off, and it looked like Zarnecki's car definitely got tight off that turn.
Yeah, well, we're definitely starting to see the track where it's drying out just a little bit here, and drivers are starting to find where the grip is, where it isn't. We just saw coming through turn 3, Mark Cefalo with the rear end of his Miatas. He tries to get back up to Rob Hines, or probably get back up to Brian Price. The rear end, especially as he got on the curbing on the outside of turn 3, finding that newly painted red and white curbing is very, very slick.
Greg, one other thing, we'll jump back up here to SMX. Camden Gruber in that 24 machine, he's worked his way all the way up into at least the 9th position of the SM. He's right on the back bumper of Lindenthal as they were headed down through turn 3 and down into turn 5 last time by. So again, starting to make waves in there. Now Zarnecki and now Rob Hines, they're getting right back on the back bumper. So we're going to have a 3-car race here, Greg, as the SM cars now head past the start-finish line down into turn 1. You saw Zarnecki get on the lights, basically, to say, hey, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere.
Yeah, and we also saw Brian Henderson move over maybe just a quarter of a car width going into the braking zone, just a little bit there to let Zarnecki know that he knows he's back there, and also to try and hold Zarnecki off. If Zarnecki wanted to make the pass going into turn 1, he'd have to go into what is still a very, very damp area there.
Yeah. And I tell you what, Greg, I'm looking out the window over here, and especially when they come out of 2, getting ready to go up the hill a little bit into 3, that right rear really does bounce back and forth into that curbing there on turn 3, and it does upset the cars a little bit. So again, this track still has no grip.
No grip.
Within a lap or 2, we're going to have our other SMX cars getting into the back end of the group between Lindenthal, Luigi, Brad Williams, and Tom Gaughan. That's going to be, Aiden Coleman and Spencer Bogart. They're going to start to come up to those two. So,
all right, Brian, I just also noticed the number 71 machine, when he went down into turn 1, that is
Brad Williams.
A little bit of little puff of smoke coming out of that car. No, it wasn't a water trail or anything like that. It was on the overrun. We'll continue to take a look at that, but might be problematic a little bit later on.
We're watching our SM group now. They're headed down into turn 1 right now, and Greg, I will tell you, the driver that has fallen off a little bit, and I'm not sure if he's having some handling issues or whatever, and that is Mark Cefalo. He's fallen all the way back now behind Brian Price. So Mark Cefalo in that 5th position in that 00 machine, and then Dan Conway in the 6th in the 198. Starting to reel in Cefalo a little bit as well. But those 3 where they got together at one point now has separated themselves again by about 5-6 car lengths for each one.
All right, so and we'll see here now a couple of drivers of note here. We should see multiple times today. This isn't going to be their first and only race of the day. Dan Conway, we are likely going to see a little bit later in B-Spec towards the end of the day.
Right.
And Brian Price in that same race group. This is our 5th of 6 races today. Brian Price, hopefully he'll have that Touring 4 MX-5 back out. We got word yesterday evening that, no, it wasn't a suspension issue. Actually, it was an accessory belt issue that stopped turning the water pump, and the car got very, very warm. So it we saw him drive it back to the paddock, but who knows? He may or may not have that car back out on track a little later.
Tell you what, we're watching our leading group of SM with Brian Henderson, Zarnecki, and Rob Hines go on down into turn 1. And I tell you what, Rob Hines stayed driver's left, where Zarnecki kind of went into the middle of the racetrack, and Brian Henderson just stayed in between both of them. But now as they come out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3, Zarnecki and Hines are side by side. Zarnecki's going to have a little bit of the edge there coming through. Rob's got to give it to him coming out of the turn, headed up over the hill. So again, Zarnecki still in second place, but I tell you what, Rob Hines, if that would have been towards the end of the race, Greg, he would have not lifted there and let him in.
No, probably not at all, but that also allowed Brian Henderson to open up maybe an extra car length. Yeah, exactly, there. So, again, battling for position this early on in the race could be very detrimental, as we are now working lap number 12, Brian. 12 laps remaining, so let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2 racers. Please start heading to the grid. Formula Atlantic and Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Please head to the grid. To reset the field here very quickly, in SMX, our leader, Camden Gruber, driver of the number 24 NC Mazda Miata. He is your leader. He's out of Winchester, Virginia. Aiden Coleman running second in the number 60 car. Spencer Bogar running in third in the number 79 machine. In Spec Miata, it's Brian Henderson out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, your leader in the silver number 97 car. Christian Zarnecki running second in the orange and black number 44. Rob Hines in the light blue number 4 running in third.
Tell you what, Greg, as we're sitting here watching, getting, kind of after your recap there, we talked about Camden Gruber. He is actually going to come up on Dan Conway probably in the next lap or two, as our overall leaders in SM now looks like they are heading down through, coming out of, there they are, they're going into the carousel, coming out of 6, heading up into 7. And I tell you what, Greg, you're going to see where there's Brian Price, and Conway. Yeah. The next car you're going to see, that's your overall leader of Camden Gruber.
Right, exactly. That second Planet Miata car, the light green and light blue machine, just now coming through turn 6B, is your overall leader, starting to come up on our Spec Miata leaders. Now, yesterday, when he worked his way through past, right up to the leaders, didn't create a problem for them at all. He's got a lot more straight line speed than the Spec Miata racers, and he was able to make it pretty clean on the front straight here. But look at this fight now for the lead in Spec Miata, as Rob Hines and Zarnecki going at it once again into turn 1. Rob Hines, only mere millimeters off the side of Zarnecki, moves now to the inside, takes over second position.
Don't think he was asking him if he had any Grey Poupon there.
No.
As he went by. But I tell you what, at that move coming out, Brian Henderson moved over to the right. That enabled Rob Hines to be able to get that draft and move. As I see that our number 28 car that started this race, David Henderson, is out of the race again, because I can see him running up the gravel road here. So obviously he's not out in his car. So
yeah, unfortunately the 28 machine retired after 5 laps.
Had some problems all day yesterday, off and on. We saw that earlier on where he was parked in turn 5, or coming out of turn 5. Pretty much from the start of the race yesterday. So tough weekend for Father David. He'll get that gathered back up. I'm sure Billy will take that car back to the shop and get it ready for next weekend.
All right, I want to try and we've been following that battle for the lead in Spec Miata. I want to drop a little bit further back now, Brian, because this fight has been running pretty tight now for a number of laps. This is Ted Cahall in the number 78 machine with James Lindenthal, Domenico Luigi behind, and we'll be picking them up here in just a minute. I think they're going to be coming out they should be coming under the bridge now, I believe. And just as I say that, here they come. Coming through turn 10. Luigi is in the orange and red and white number 48. Just ahead of him is Lindenthal and Cahall as they cross the start-finish line to start their 14th lap. And that last time by, we had Lindenthal slightly faster than Cahall. The gap is between the three, almost is about a full second from 8th now back to 10th.
And
Or
Greg,
ninth,
I want to touch on the 198 of Dan Conway. Dan has slipped all the way back to 10th position, so I did not see him when we saw the Cephalo group go up out of turn 3. So we'll have to see whether or not Dan is pulled off somewhere. I'm not seeing anybody parked anywhere on the camera. He may have just fallen all the way back, because at one point we had Camden Gruber coming in amongst that whole entire group with Brian Price and Mark Cephalo. So we'll have to see how far he's dropped back and whether or not he's continued. And it looks like he is continuing to drop. So Dan Conway off, and he may have pulled on the pits. We just didn't see it. But I do not see Dan Conway coming by the start-finish line again this time.
Yeah, we'll continue. We'll continue to track and see if we can track him down. Hey, want to welcome.
Wait a minute. Hang on a second, Greg.
You found him?
I found Dan Conway. So I found Waldo again. Dan Conway is down at the end of turn 1 in the gravel. Up against the tire barrier. But it doesn't look like any contact with the tire wall. But he did go through all the way through the gravel. So again, we apologize for missing that, but we did locate Dan.
So we know where he's literally right below our camera.
Correct.
Actually.
He's sitting underneath the camera.
Yeah, he is. He's actually just to the left of our turn 1 camera here.
Maybe if he can hear us, he can turn the camera down and
if he can readjust.
Give a wave.
Yeah, get on out of the car, say hi. Here, as we now have 8 laps remaining, or 27, just short of a half hour remaining here in this race. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about, I think it was the 71 machine of Brad Williams that I'd seen a little bit of smoke. He's in a great battle right now, going down into turn 1. If we could jump over to this right here. Williams is in the black car driver's left, and he's got Nicole Cooper Cephalo with them there. Tom Gahn in the 49 as well. Now, that 49, when she talked about smoking, had a lot of issues, mechanical issues yesterday. Brian, Tom Gahn had retired early. He had issues in qualifying earlier in the day. Looks like the car is running pretty strong right now for them. That is the battle for 10th.
I tell you what, Tom Gahn got a great run out of 10, able to make that pass that last time by through 1 and 2, and then really excelled through turn 3 and really pulled away from that battle. So where we were watching that battle early on, that battle is no more. Tom Gahn has gone away. Let's pick up if we can, Greg.
Tom Gahn is gone? Is that what you're saying?
Tom Gahn is gone.
Okay.
Let's say that again, right? Our overall battle for SM, they're going to be coming down the hill here into turn 5. And I'll tell you what, Greg, they're going to come up on the number 70 there of Robert Garrison coming through out of turn 6 and getting through the carousel. Robert Garrison is going to have to really move, because those 3 are starting to really, really battle even more with every lap that goes by. And I tell you what, Rob Hines is really catching up to Brian Henderson. So where he had that lead there of about 5 or 6 car lengths, that's now down to less than a car length. And Garrison does get out of the way coming up under the bridge, and it was almost like Garrison just wasn't sure, because now you've got Camden Gruber coming up onto the back of this, your overall leader, which again, Greg, now that's going to cut this race short. As Zarnecki moves over to try to get a little bit of a help draft from Camden Gruber.
Well, I was going to say either help, or the other thing that you might have done was with that little move, just a quick little move to the inside on Gruber, might have basically been say, hey, don't make the pass here, because you're going to end up separating me from from our 2 leaders. And so you'll notice now as they come out of turn 2 and start to make the run down towards turn 3, again, we see Zarnecki take a quick little move to the inside. I think just telling Gruber, hang on for a little while. And Gruber's got a lot of time at this point. He's got about 11 seconds now on Aiden Coleman. He can sit back there and watch this for a little while. And maybe what he does is he just stays on Zarnecki's back all the way around, complete the lap, and pull out onto the front and get around him on the front straight. Because you can see he's just kind of sitting there going through turn 6A and 6B. 6B is going to be a very difficult place to pass. He may try and just get the field as they come out of turn 8 and start to make the run up the hill towards the bridge.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he is helping Zarnecki there get back up into that lead with Henderson and Rob Hines.
Yeah, and here they come now down into turn 10, into the final corner. And Gruber is sitting about a car length and a half back, and now Gruber's going to make a move to the inside. But as he does, Rob Hines steps to the inside as well, as he and Henderson are now side by side. Gruber stuck to the inside. And wow, look at this.
Yeah.
What Camden Gruber just did, Brian, he just did a solid for Christian Sarnecki.
Yes.
Because he was to the inside of Sarnecki as Henderson and Hines were side by side going into turn one. Gruber just stood on the left pedal, onto the brake pedal, and slotted back in behind Sarnecki. Because if you'd gone through there side by side with Sarnecki would have lost the touch with our 2 leaders in SM.
Yeah, I tell you what, and you're going to watch him come up over the hill and down into turn 5, and now Gruber is back behind our leader of Brian Henderson, or of Rob Hines, and that actually helped him get a little bit of a way. So coming out of 2 last time, Camden Gruber with a great run was able to get all the way up to Robbie Hines' door, basically got out of it, hard on the brake going into 3 and tucked in behind him. So again, Camden trying to get out of that group there for the overall lead, doesn't want to be part of that.
All right, Brian, as we've got 5 laps remaining or 23 minutes, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, P1, and P2. Race group number 2 racers, please start heading to the grid for your feature race.
So, Greg, what that's done now that Camden Gruber has gotten in front of Rob Hines, that is actually shortening our SM race by one lap.
By 1 lap, certainly.
Right? So, where Brian Henderson and Zarnecki, now they're going to be nose to tail. They've got to catch Rob Hines. They're going to be coming up on the 171 there of Zachariah Rosenberg as they head up over the hill out of 3 and down into turn 4 and turn 5. Rosenberg is going to end up playing a part of this overall lead here. So we're going to have to see, as they look like they're going to split him between Henderson and Zarnecki.
Wow.
One inside, one outside. I would think that Brian Henderson would have the advantage to be able to pull away a little bit, because that is kind of the preferred line, getting in on that curb through turn 5, making that left-hander. And you can't really slow down enough, because if there is somebody else that's behind you that goes wide, like Zarnecki did, and comes around, if you're too slow in there, as the Ryan Moran did to me one year, you end up getting hit in the back end there because you're slowing yourself way down.
So just got an interesting call from turn 4. About Brian Price, who has quite a bit of dirt track experience, who is the only person I know who can drive a Honda Fit like it's a rear-wheel drive car. And Brian Price just went 4 wheels off driver's right coming out of turn 4, and actually was able to enhance his lead on Mark Cephalo by about 6 car lengths. And we see Price now heading down into turn 1. He's coming up on that 171 of Rosenberg. And looking to put him a lap down as well.
So, Greg, with 3 laps to go, let's recap our SM. Now, Rob Hines now leads by about a second and a half, I'm going to say. Next time they come by the start-finish line, we'll see what that gap is. But he has opened that up, as you can see in our camera here. Rob Hines now goes through turn 5. Then you got Zarnecki. Then you've got Henderson. He's opened it up by about 10 car lengths over them, which is the biggest, lead that we have seen in this group throughout the entire race. But the next time Camden Gruber comes by, there's only going to be 2 laps to go. So if they want to start to make a move now that he's gone ahead of them, they're going to have to work nose to tail if they want to catch Rob Hines.
Yeah, I'll tell you, a little bit further back in the field, we talked earlier about that battle between, at that point, I think it was K-Hall and Luigi and Lindenthal. It's now K-Hall and Luigi. The 78 and the 46, and I'm trying to track where they are right now. They're just coming through turn 5. Yeah, they just rocked through turn 5, going into turn 6. These 2 cars have been putting on one heck of a battle. There they are, just now entering the carousel. As we've got K-Hall running in 7th in the 78 machine. Luigi there, only about a car length back in the orange and your red and yellow, number 46 machine. And Luigi taking a look to the inside of K-Hall now, coming up the hill towards the pedestrian bridge, towards the Toyota bridge, and they're side by side, Brian, going into turn 10. Well, they were for a moment there, and Luigi thought better of it. He gets back behind K-Hall, lest they go through turn 10 side by side and lose about 10 miles an hour of exit speed.
Yeah, that's been a battle pretty much the entire 20-some laps that we've gone through here. Now Luigi's going to go to driver's right to try to make that entrance into turn 1. He's going to do it, but we're going to see whether or not K-Hall can do the over-under, because he's going to have a little bit more exit speed coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. And again, Greg, they're going to be side by side. So where Luigi went into turn 1 in that tight right-hander, not able to make it stick, K-Hall goes in, does the over-under coming out of 2, had the more momentum going up through there. That's improper English, by the way.
Yes,
Don't ever use that around an English person.
All right, so Brian, we talked about the better day Tom Gahn was having. He just went around, spun around. We had a local caution for a few moments over turn 5. He has continued on his way. Now we've got one lap remaining here in our SMX race at SMX Inspect Miata, as Camden Gruber has taken the white flag, and that means our battle for the lead in Spec Miata obviously now only has 2 more miles remaining. Gruber is going down through turn 3. We'll track him in a little bit here, but let's watch that battle for the lead in Spec Miata as they are coming into turn 3 now. Hines with about 4 car lengths on Sarnecki, who is, again, our second place runner, picked up second place from Brian Henderson 2 laps ago. Henderson running in third, only about 7-8 car lengths behind, but you can see there he's got some traffic that he's got to work through before he can even consider battling for second position. Brian Price, pretty big distance behind in third.
Yeah, unless Rob Hines gets into some major traffic here coming up out of the carousel and up through there, it's going to be tough for Zarnecki to get up to him as they come out of turn 9 now and up underneath the bridge. They'll be coming. Here comes Camden Gruber out of turn 10. Actually, what he's going to do is allow Nicole Cooper-Cephalo to go one more lap. He's going to turn around and let her go by. And now you've got, here comes SM. Here comes Rob Hines. He's going to win over Zarnecki. And then Brian Henderson's going to finish third, roughly about 3.5 seconds behind our lead group.
Yep, so let's take a look here in SMX. Camden Gruber takes the win. Aiden Coleman finishes in second. In SMX, Spencer Bogar will finish in third, about 7 seconds separating each one of our top 3 drivers in SMX. Chase McIntyre, we're waiting for him to cross the line. He will finish in fourth. In Spec Miata, Rob Hines takes the win. Sarnecki ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap and was almost 0.2 faster than Hines. Was not enough to get up and challenge for the win. Henderson finishing third. Brian Price will bring the 51 car home in fourth. Cephalo fifth. Will Dodd sixth. And there we go, just now crossing the start-finish line. That battle that we were watching between Ted Cahall and Domenico Luigi. Cahall holds on for seventh. Luigi will finish in eighth. And then crossing the line, James Lindenthal will finish in ninth. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, we're still waiting for her to come around as Gruber let her, let her take another lap.
Made her go another lap.
Yeah, made her do another 2 miles. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, assuming she completes that lap, she will come home, and there she is. She comes home in 10th position. All right, so we are going to have some victory laps here starting in just a moment, Brian, but a very exciting first race. Let's do this. Let's quickly bring up the schedule again to show everybody what we have coming up here. And we've got 2 more races before we break for lunch. That'll be about an hour lunch. And then we've got 3 more to round out the day. So let's take a look. And we should see Camden Gruber heading out on track to start his victory lap. And looks like Camden has somebody in the passenger seat holding that checkered flag in the air. And our Spec Miata winner, Rob Hines, will be starting his victory lap as well.
Can't tell if that is mom or dad. It looks like mom in there, in that passenger side there of son Camden. Couldn't really tell. Had her glasses on, so it's hard to see. Again, they're going to work their way down and go get Dan Conway.
Dan Conway, yeah.
From underneath the camera, you can see. I believe that's Bill Smith down there working. EV going to go down there and have a little conversation with him.
Yeah, there's your little moment in the sun. All right, so Brian, let's do this. We've got a few minutes of cleanup here to go, and next up is going to be our open wheel group. Let me make a final call to the grid for them. We only have final call to the grid for race group number 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, P1, and P2. Race group number 2, please start making your way to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we're going to thank a lot of our partners and sponsors that bring us the coverage here this weekend from Summit Point Raceway, like Radial Tire.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Belansky. Oh my God.
Ooh,
Brian
thanks.
Donati. Brian Belansky is still passed out and asleep out in California. Brian Donati, we've got Giancarlo School, our director, and we're going to welcome up into the booth. We're going to see him a little bit later today. Yesterday's winner in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Morgan Burkhardt. How you doing, Morgan?
I'm doing pretty good today, guys. How are you guys doing?
Very, very good. Now, we're bringing Morgan up. He's had some experience here in a Formula Enterprise 2 race machine, some different Formula cars, and it's a good segue into our second of 3 races this morning before we break for lunch. This is our large open wheel. We'll call it Wings and some things. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, we don't have any Formula X cars this weekend, but we do have a couple prototypes. We've got Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 machines. Why don't we do this, Brian? Why don't we run down the starting orders? We've got our drivers on their pace lap. It looks like we're probably missing a few drivers, as we only have, I think, 6 cars out there right now. But let's run down the starting order, and we'll talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, scheduled to have 7. Starting in 7th is the 45 from Oakton, Virginia. That's Chuck Moran. We did not see him go out yesterday afternoon. Had a little bit of an incident during yesterday's qualifying. I think he has actually left the facility to go and repair that car. Scheduled to start 6th from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the 00 in a Formula Continental. That's Andrew Gamble. Starting in the 5th position in P2 from Fairmont, West Virginia. That's the 49 of Pat Wildfire. Starting in the 4th position in an FE2 machine from Finksburg, Maryland. That's the 33 of Sam Harrington. Starting in the 3rd position, your lone Formula Atlantic from Maiden, North Carolina. That's the 4 of Tony Ave. And starting on the front row from Fredericksburg, Virginia in the 88, starting 2nd position in a Formula Continental. That's Tim Miner. And starting on the pole in that P1 machine from Wichita, Massachusetts, the 21 of Todd Parks.
All right, so there is your field. We can see them starting to grid up. Want to thank Exceed Motorsports for joining us. Yes, we're actually on time today. There. And,
Kinda on time.
We're kind of on time. Yeah, absolutely. And yes, we have our full complement of special vehicles here with us. Pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over now to Todd Parks in his Prototype 1 Critter. Here we've got sneaky mooses, we've got angry sheep, we've got critters, we've got deer running around the facility as well. We have a green flag, and we are underway. And starting on the front row, Parks and Tim Miner. Tony Ave started his Formula Atlantic from the rear of the field. We'll see how that car runs today. Brian and Morgan, it appeared as he was possibly having some challenges with that machine, running about almost 10 seconds off of what we thought the pace would be for that car. Although we know with Tony, he brought 3 different cars here this weekend in different classes, but also tuning up for next week's Super Tour at Virginia International Raceway.
Yeah, it looks like it seemed to be a little bit better there. He was able to get by Pat Wildfire and come up on the Sam Harrington machine. But again, Todd Parks in that P1 machine. And, you know, gentlemen, we saw Todd Parks have some issues yesterday as the race went on, because he let Tim Miner go ahead of him at one point and then able to catch up. And we were talking about probably some aero tight in that car getting behind the 88 there of Tim Miner in that Formula Continental. Not so much really on that, so may have had some challenges. I didn't get a chance to walk down there and kind of meet up with Todd Parks or talk to him. I wanted to find out what the challenge may have been at some point. But again, Tim Miner right on the back gearbox coming out of turn 10, and that's where you're going to see that power of Todd Parks in that P1 machine, excel off of turn 10 down the long straightaway.
All right, a little bit further back of the field, Pat Wildfire and his Prototype 1 AMAC, probably Prototype 2 AMAC, and Andrew Gamble, the second of our Formula Continental drivers. They're having a nice little, I would call it a nice little scrap, obviously not for position in class there, but they are currently running 5th and 6th overall, running both right in the mid 24s. So, Morgan, given the track conditions this morning here, obviously we're starting to see some dry lines appear after we had a fairly sizable Spec Miata field. Obviously, this group with so few cars probably not going to change the conditions all that much. As a Formula Enterprise 2 driver or a Formula Car driver, what are you looking for early on to decide how you're going to attack a course like this?
Well, that all starts on the pace lab. That's the easiest place where you can actually learn something about what the track is doing without actually having to risk it. And that's just, where are there any puddles on the track? Are there any really strongly wet spots, any really damp spots? And usually that's going to be offline. So you're going to want to plan, how do I get around people without having to risk going into a wet spot, especially in a braking zone like we see going into turn 1. There's a couple puddles on the right side of the front straight on driver's right. So it's all kind of about, how do I plan to know where those are, and not only know where they are, but avoid them. And the other thing with this track, especially as we're racing here fairly early on in the year, all of these curbs are very, very pretty right now.
Yes.
Which means that there's absolutely no rubber on them. It's all paint, and if there's any form of moisture on it at all, it's like an ice rink.
And we talked about that inside the booth here, is that the fact that, early on, right, new, freshly painted, until that rubber gets on there, you almost have to stay off them. You can't really run that much on them. We've got a standing yellow down into turn 5. We'll have to see whether or not who that may be. At one point, it looks like they have dropped it, but now as they come out of the carousel there, it looks like we've got a group of cars together, so we'll have to see. And Greg, you may be able to hear it on the radio, but Morgan, as we were talking about it, really yesterday, and then kind of, even this morning, being that they are freshly painted and there is no rubber on those, you almost have to stay out. You almost have to stay off of those for a long time.
All right, got word from turn number 5, Todd Parks.
Oh, the 21.
Yeah, in the Prototype 1 Critter. He pulled off driver's right as if he had some mechanical issue, came to a complete stop, then got the car moving once again. He left the scene. As you saw, the local caution is down. We'll try and pick him up.
He's coming out of turn two
right now. Yeah, he did complete that lap.
Yeah.
And yeah, here he comes now. We can see him at the tail end of the screen here, just now coming into turn 3 with that big wing on the back of his prototype car. He'll be coming into our view here.
So Morgan, going back, right? We talked about staying off those curbs. How much do you have to, and you went through this yesterday, how much did you have to adjust a little bit of the line where in some cases you would have used the curbing a little bit to help turn the car, especially down in 5 maybe, or even down into or coming through 3 at certain points?
Well, it was interesting because we came in qualifying yesterday morning. We had 2 qualifying sessions yesterday, along with the race as well. So you had to experiment with the curbs and work up to the limit because, especially in turn 10 was a big one where you've got the big painted strip and then you get to the rumble strip. Mm-hmm. Once that you came out across the track, there was not a whole lot of rubber, so you'd push more. You'd get to the curb or the painted piece of the curbing, and then it would just push a bunch, and then you'd get to the rumble strip, and then it would kind of catch you. So you had to plan to use more road than you thought you were going to, and it's the same thing in 3 as well. You couldn't get onto that curb and expect it to catch you like it had in years prior. Yeah. You had to plan to maybe use a little bit more extra road on the exit corners than you.
It actually reminds me of driving a front-wheel drive car coming through turn 8 and heading up the hill. It's an increasing radius turn, but the front end pretty much just continues to push all the way out until you get to the curbing on exit. And I saw, having seen your video, it looked like you were having to do that at almost every corner here. So we were wondering whether or not Tony Ave was dealing with some mechanical issues during yesterday's race, if he was just doing some basic testing and tuning. Tony Ave, in on a damp track and starting to dry out here, turns in a 109.96 in his Swift, his Formula Atlantic Swift. That is about 5 seconds faster than he ran in the dry yesterday.
Yeah.
So and it's about 6 seconds off the track record here. But I think that lends some credence that maybe he was having some issues with that car. He wasn't just lifting for sound control or anything along those lines yesterday.
And I don't know how much experience Tony Ave has in a Formula Atlantic. I'm not, it could be that this could be the first year he's really starting to get to know, that car itself. He may have driven a Formula Atlantic before, so I'm sure somebody will, jump in and correct me, or somebody will, say he's got a lot of experience in it. But it could be that that's a brand new car that they're just shaking down, getting ready for the season, right? Brand new season here for him in that. Like I said, he's got 3, maybe 4 cars here for this weekend, getting ready to head back. We'll head back home to the shop to turn around and go to VIR. So,
and I know that Tony Ave does have a wealth of experience in a Formula Atlantic, but I do not think it has been exceedingly recent.
Yes. Okay. So again, that takes a lot. You get into a tin top car, you get in the car, and I know he's got a lot. The high performance, high powered, horsepower cars. He's got a lot of experience in that. Tony goes, obviously way back. Has driven just about everything. There is to drive. So you're right. It could be that he didn't have enough there, but seems to be getting more comfortable now. With that 109.6 that he ran, which was definitely much faster even than qualifying this morning, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or yesterday.
Yes, exactly. During yesterday's qualifying session, I think he managed some. So yesterday afternoon in qualifying, after we had gone off the air, and he ran a high 110, a 110.9. Yesterday. So, and again, in the dry, and he's already lapping faster than that on a partially damp track. Okay. All right, so we are now working lap number 8 for Tony Ave. The rest of our drivers for the moment here actually is Tim Miner crosses the line. Tim Miner in the number 88 Continental, the Citation, just crosses the start-finish line. We see him coming down he's coming into turn 1. Those are the only 2 drivers for the moment on the lead lap. And, so we're just, about a third of the way through this race. It is 23 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first.
Tony not only going to drive here, but is going to be in the next group as well. Going to bring out his Mercedes His AMG, it looks like he's going to run the T1. Ran his GT2 car yesterday. I believe his crew has now brought up his AMG up there on the grid. So going to jump out of that and then jump into the AMG. Morgan, real quick, let's talk about data. You've really gotten into the data part of it, and I know these types of cars out here right now are open wheel cars. They're huge into data because that's really all they're looking at it across the board. Talk about that because you did a little impromptu data session yesterday here at the racetrack. Talk about that. Talk about how that's impacted you in terms of not only making you a better racer, but understanding the actual data that even these drivers are going to go through and look at.
Well, data's got to be one of the most important and underused things that you get on a race car. Most race cars, especially Formula cars and spec racers, Fords, and things like that, will have an AIM data system or a Motec data system, stuff that senses RPM, throttle trace, brake pressure, loads and loads of different sensors in the car. And learning how to use that is going to help a driver be better, because when a driver's going around the racetrack, usually their mind is focused more on making the car go fast instead of what is the car doing and what are my inputs making the car do. It's very difficult to kind of slow yourself down and really think about what are my inputs physically doing to the car and the balance, and I'm not making the car kind of gyroscope going through corners, which makes it very unsettled. And you have the opportunity to look back at, is the setup bad, or am I doing something wrong to make the car rotate or understeer or something of that nature? So I can go and look after the session. I can use my video, and then I can use throttle trace and brake pressure to see, am I not utilizing enough brake pressure? Am I carrying the brakes too long into a corner? Am I stomping on the throttle too hard? And that's what's making the car feel a little bit unsettled through a corner. And that is super, super helpful because you get another layer of affirmation to see what am I doing wrong? How can I be better?
Right. Yeah, I think data. And again, if you're a younger driver, not that you're super old driver, but if you're a younger driver coming up, I just had to throw that in. A younger driver coming up, it is very, very important to understand that. As you said, is it the setup or is it me? Am I doing something wrong that's affecting the setup in order to do it? So being able to look at that data, look at the throttle trace, look at all of that information to come up, that is very, very important. And that really starts at the lowest racing part, from go-karts all the way up to this level, all the way up to the pro level. Those guys spend hours upon hours upon hours looking at data, such as yourself now, going through and putting those two together, meaning the data along with the video at the same time.
Exactly. I've done a lot of work with a professional karting team, MPG Race Factory here in the States, and working with kids between ages 16 and 18 on within Mini Swift and things like that.
Soon to be a 57-year-old driver here in a little bit. He's gonna work with too.
There you go. But yeah, it's mostly working with kids and helping them kind of understand the basic areas of data. Not necessarily GPS trace with a go-kart because the GPS moves on the steering wheel.
Right, exactly.
So it's not exactly accurate, but
correct.
A lot of work with GPS speeds and RPM and looking at video and seeing what are your inputs looking like. Is it actually the cart that you're complaining about, or is it your driving that's making the cart bad?
Correct.
And learning that from a young age is super important because I think once you understand when I'm hitting the brakes, it's essentially like moving the fat kid all the way to the end of the slide, right? So you're just all you're doing when
Slightly
you're
overweight kid.
Yes, my apologies, Greg. Yeah,
I take offense personally to that as the fat kid in the booth.
Yeah. When you break it down, you're moving the larger than average child around the slide, and that's really all you're doing when you break it down and understanding the physics behind it and what you're doing when you hit the brakes. What am I doing when I hit the throttle? What am I doing to the balance of the car?
Right.
That is super important because then you can kind of make that subconscious, and then you can start to make these adjustments mid-lap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good.
All right, so we are now just about halfway through this race. We are working lap number 12. We have 12 remaining, or 36 minutes. Let me make a first call to the grid for our final race group before lunch. In the paddock, race group number 3, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, STU, T1, T2, T3, and American Sedan drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, STU, T1, 2, and 3, and American Sedan. This is your first call to the grid. Or it's the second call to the grid. Something like it. It's a call to the grid. I don't even know anymore. All right. So, one of the things that I find very interesting, Morgan, in watching how you ran this data seminar last night for the 35 seconds that I was in there. It was actually a little longer than that. But in general, how you work through data, and a lot of younger drivers now work through data. I find that the a lot of this now comes from whether it be iRacing or other platforms where most people don't recognize that in virtual racing they have access to data, much like they do in real life. But I'm also finding that a lot of younger drivers, as they're coming up now, when they talk to their engineers or their teams, they have a much better understanding. Like you said, is it the car or is it me as a driver? And they regardless have a much better understanding of how to communicate what they're feeling in the car, even down to specific corners. And even at the amateur levels here in Sports Car Club of America racing, than when I started racing 20 plus years ago, or drivers before then, where there were some pro drivers that I worked with that you ask them what the car is doing and they say, "Oh, it feels okay," and that was essentially the feedback that you got, and you had to then work through the data yourself. But again, we're seeing people like yourself. We see here, Deacon Greenfield, folks like Jamison Huffman that have a much better understanding of what they and their cars are doing out on track, and that helps improve their program tremendously.
Exactly. It's almost like a jump start when you get the data. It's a leg up on everybody else who isn't using it.
Right.
And the other thing is utilizing the sim, because in the sim, there is a number for literally everything you could imagine. Right. Which is amazing. You can make so many different data pages about, I can see how the temperature, the ambient temperature, the air pressure changes during a lap, and how that associates to power.
Right.
So things like that. You can use so many different things within the sim racing to do different data pages, and that's like, while I'm at the track, I maybe get 3 or 4 tries to get new plots of data.
Right.
In the sim, I can do 7 per day if I wanted to.
Right.
So it's super easy. It's super quick feedback, and utilizing a sim like iRacing, the setups are fairly close. The setup changes that you'd make are pretty close. So I like
to real life. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I learned to make setups by basically moving one slider all the way to the left and then all the way to the right, and then drive it and see what it does.
Okay.
So making toe an inch out.
Right.
Or an inch in. What does that do to the car, right? So you make very large changes and then go and try it and see what it does, and then you learn that way. And with the sim, you can afford to do that.
Right. And it's interesting. I talk about racing 20 years ago. Most of the drivers, if you ask them, okay, well, given what you're feeling at this corner, and typically you're looking, well, do you need more rebound from the left shock or more compression from the left front shock, what have you? Most drivers back in the day would pretty much, their eyes would cross and go, I have no idea what a change like that would make. But I just find it interesting that there are so many people that deride virtual racing, not as maybe a game, but from a driver development and an engineer development standpoint. It actually, there is so much that you can apply to real world. And I'm sure, and we've still got a little bit of time, we could probably talk a little bit about your recent experiences in the last, the last couple of months. I know about, and I was talking to your mother about this last 2 nights ago, that a year ago, I think one of your first jobs in high school was actually working for a company that built setups for TCR cars on the iRacing platform. And I think given what you're doing outside of the SCCA now, and you can probably tell people what you're doing, it probably gives you the ability to apply quite a bit for your new day job.
Yes. And what Greg is referring to, I'm currently racing in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge in TCR, and the experience that I had with the sim and building setups for the TCR cars there is a lot of transfer, because all of the the different adjustments that we've got are pretty much identical from the sim to the real car. So when I was playing around with the sim, trying to make the car go as fast as possible, you'd spend an hour and 15 minutes just changing things and seeing what the car would do, mostly shocks, and then you go into tow and roll bars and things like that. And what does it actually do to the car? And, the big thing for me was, looking at it, and the same thing with the data, it's all just numbers, right? Until you put a meaning to it, it doesn't really mean anything. So when I'm looking at the data pages with a shock setting, it's a histogram, right? What does that actually mean? And then figuring out and learning about and doing some research and what is the graph supposed to look like? What am I targeting when I'm changing roll bar stiffness? What does that actually do to the car through a corner when I'm changing rebound? What is that actually adjusting? And things like that. Learning how to think about it critically and figure out what am I actually changing helps a lot. And then going into the TCR car, that's all muscle memory now, right? I don't have to think twice about that when I'm debriefing with the engineer after an event. We can just have a quick, short conversation about, I want more rebound in the front right corner, and I want to put in a little bit less wing in the rear, and then soften the front bar in the front. And then we go change that, and then we go out and we have another conversation afterwards. Right. So it's preparing before the event with the sim and with data in the real world within the SCCA has done so much help to me in my career when we go into IMSA, and then it's quick. Because in IMSA, you get 2 practice sessions, and then you're into qualifying, and there's a 2-hour race. So there's not a whole lot of time to adjust.
Exactly.
So.
And you're also working, with a teammate. You're not the only person that's going to be in the car for that race, and so you have to be able to come to up with a setup that actually works for both of you.
Exactly. Yeah. There's compromises that has to be made, and it's nice. This year so far, we've had my teammate has had a fairly similar driving style, but that's not always going to be the case. So eventually, you're going to have to make a trade-off. Like, I want it to rotate a little bit more in the high speed. Co-driver doesn't want to do that, right? So we have to make a trade-off in what's safer over we're going to be faster, but it's not comfortable.
Right.
So,
indeed. All right, so real quick here, let's check back in as we've got 5 laps remaining in this race. And, we've had a great conversation so far with Morgan. I should mention that, on track right now, most of our drivers are about separated by almost 20 seconds, if not more. So I apologize if we haven't been paying a lot of attention to what's going on track, but I want to thank JC. He's been doing a great job showing the action. Tony Ave, currently your leader in his Formula Atlantic Swift. Fast lap time for him now down to a 107.2. So he's knocked another about 2.5 seconds off of where he was even early on in the race. Yeah. Tim Miner, he is your Formula Continental leader. This is the only class that we have multiple drivers in. Miner running second overall. Fast lap time for him at 110.2. His competitor, Andrew Gamble, currently running 5th overall. Todd Parks, who had that early mechanical issue in his critter, he is running 3rd.
Maybe the critter got the best of it.
Yeah, well, yeah, you always think about rats and mice eating wiring and stuff. I'm not saying that's what happened. Sam Harrington currently sitting 4th, as we mentioned. Andrew Gamble, and then Pat Wildfire is your top 6. Look, guys, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. In the paddock, race group number 3, GT 1, 2, and 3, GTX, STU, Touring 1, 2, and 3, and American Sedan drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is starting in a few moments. Race group number 3 drivers, please head to the grid.
I want to clear something. When I talked about early on in the race, and Morgan and I were talking about it regarding, Tony Ave and his experience. I know Tony actually pretty well. He has a ton of experience, and that's why he said he has raced anything and everything. If it's got wheels at some point in life, he's raced it. So he has tons of experience. My comment was more, I don't know how much experience he has recently, is what you had clarified, Morgan, in this Formula Atlantic car, really coming out and shaking it down. In order to, get this thing ready to go for probably next weekend.
And it is actually really, really impressive that Tony has done so much, and he's fast in literally everything I've ever seen him drive.
Yep.
Jumping between, a Trans Am car into a GT4 car into a Formula Atlantic, and he's fast in all of them is exceedingly impressive because they're all
in the same weekend.
Exactly. Yeah, and they're all completely different ends of the spectrum when it comes to cars.
Absolutely. So yeah, just wanted to clarify. I understand Tony has got a ton of experience. I've been around Tony for a while, seen him at many racetracks, had conversations with him. Definitely understand the experience level, and have even had additional drivers I know that I'm working with now and helping coach. Is that again, having them talk to Tony at certain points during times, in order to get some experience through there.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Tony started, he was a professional snowmobile racer.
Indeed. He was a former pro sprint world champion in snowmobiles, grew up in Wisconsin, I believe, and that was where he got his start. And, of course, in the SCCA, he's a multi-time Trans Am champion. SCCA, four-time national champ, both in Trans Am, and he's a two-time Trans Am champ, and in SCCA, two times in GT1, and he's the reigning champ in GT3. Talk about other different chassis, a front-wheel drive GT car, an Acura RSX, and he's the 2022 and 2023 national champion.
It's kind of interesting going to the runoffs and you just watch Tony and how many cars. It's almost like a clown car. They just keep pulling cars out of the trailer. And then Tony hops in all of them and does the runoffs in each car.
Yeah, exactly. And I always compared it to like Michael Lewis, who also is, I think, a 9-time champion or something along those lines. He's got it down to just two chassis. He's got the Jaguar, and he's got the Mazda, and that's it. All right, Brian, I think we could.
I was going to say, Tony Ave working his last lap now. I do believe he's just now gone through turns 1 and turns 2, coming out there, headed up into turn 3 now. There you see him on his screen. Tell you what, he's actually looks like he's going to come close to putting Todd Parks a lap at the end of this. Parks just went through turn 3 the last time by. Tony Ave now down into turn 5. So, again, working his last lap there.
Yeah, and we just see actually coming down, we just saw him come across start-finish. Tim Miner, who's running second overall, just put his competitor in Formula Continental, Andrew Gamble, a lap down.
Again, here comes Parks. So he's going to get one more lap.
Yep.
He's coming out of turn 10 down start-finish line, but here comes Tony Ave now in that Formula Atlantic. He's going to get the checkered flag there. I don't think we're going to see Tony do a victory lap in that Formula Atlantic. I think he's just going to turn around and pull it on pit road. Could change, but then turn around and go get right in that AMG in that Mercedes for the next group.
All right, so here it is, Ave. Your winner, Tim Miner. Well, he's still working his way now here on his final lap. And then Todd Parks with the P1 win. Sam Harrington, our sole racer in Formula Enterprises 2, taking the win in that class. And there you go, Tim Miner just now crossing the start-finish line. Then Gamble will finish second in Formula Continental. Pat Wildfire will finish 6th overall. And your sole racer in Prototype 2. All right, so we've got one more race here on the morning, not on the day. One more race this morning, and then we've got 3 races this afternoon. Going to have the Ground Pounders up next, Big Bore, and big race. We had 7 drivers here yesterday in American Sedan, and a great race between a reigning national champ and a former national champ, Danny Richardson and James Jost. That race will be starting here in just a few moments. But before we get there, let's talk about some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the event here this weekend that have been strong supporters for so long in the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, like OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway in the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. Just be glad I didn't call you Larry McLeod.
Oh, well, I would be offended if you called me Larry.
Yeah, well, Larry might have been. And Brian Donati, we've got Morgan Burkhardt joining us, and, of course, we've got Giancarlo Schooler, our director here today, giving you all the great camera angles and views and shots here of the track and of our races. Next up on the docket, it is our Big Bore Race Group, our GT cars, our larger GT cars, larger touring cars, super touring under, as well as American sedan. And I think right before we went to break, we were talking about that American sedan race that we had yesterday between Danny Richardson, current national champion James Jost, who took the championship, I believe it was 2021, or probably 2020 at Road America.
For Jost?
Yes.
Jost was at Indy.
At Indy, so 2021.
Yep.
Okay, got it. I always get those two mixed up, and so...
well, you won't anymore because I'm sure that they can hear us down there. He will make sure that you're aware that he won in 2020.
Well, and I'll probably run into him in one of the bars at Watkins Glen where he will remind me once again and congratulate me on being the fat boy at the end of the slide. So... by the way, I want to welcome, he hasn't put anything in the chat, but Lance Snyder, good friend, and a great SCCA and pro racing flagger down Atlanta way. He's been watching here all weekend long. He also took offense to that comment, Morgan. But yeah, we should have cars heading out here. Now, this is going to be the last race before lunch. We are going to have 3 more races after lunch today. And, of course, all of our races 23 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. And so if we take a look, yesterday, our overall winner took the win, and I believe he was the only GT2 driver out there, was, well, Tony Ave, who we just followed around in Formula Atlantic. He was driving his TA2 Chevy Camaro. Today, he jumps into a different machine. He goes into a Touring 1 Mercedes-AMG GT4, and he's going to be starting from the back of the pack. So, Brian, why don't we do this, since we've got the 1-minute warning just now being given on the grid? Why don't we run down that starting order? We'll talk a little bit more about yesterday's race and today's race, for that matter.
Yeah, sure. Schedule starts 17th, as Greg just mentioned, from Maiden, North Carolina, in that 44, in that Mercedes-Benz AMG. That is going to be Tony Ave. Starting in the 16th position in his American sedan, number 74, from Brockport, New York, that's Douglas Cross. Starting in the 15th position in another American sedan from Breezeport, New York, that's the 23 of Thomas Brown. Starting in the 14th position in the 56, another American sedan from Standish, Maine, that is Thomas West. Scheduled to start in the 13th position, and we know he had some challenges yesterday from Mauritown, Virginia, in the 114, and that is Anthony Pacelli. Starting in the 12th position in that T3 machine from Arlington, Virginia, we saw him earlier, that's the 4 of Rob Hines. Starting in the 11th position from Glassboro, New Jersey, in a T2 machine, the number 46 of Alan Phillips. Starting in the 10th position in the American sedan from Hamburg, Pennsylvania, the number 89 of Brian Licklider. Starting in the 9th position in the number 97 American sedan from Troy, New York, that's Jason Smith. And starting on the number 2 position of American sedan, that's the 14th from New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, that's 14 of James Jost. Starting in the 7th position in an STU machine from Marshall, Virginia, the 70 of Darren Trinkle. Trickle.
No N. Treacle.
I give him stuff all the time.
Not tinkle, twinkle, little star. It's treacle.
Well, maybe. You never know. From Hershey, starting in the 6th position, from Hershey, Pennsylvania, in a T1 machine, the 21 of Cord Kerstart. Starting in the 5th position, your new lap record holder now here in American sedan from Durwood, Maryland, the number 22 of Daniel Richardson. Starting in the 4th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the 88 in a T1 machine, that's Robert Corzin. Scheduled to start 3rd in an STU number 1, your reigning 2023 STU champion from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. That is Chip Herr.
And we don't think that Chip is.
I don't think Chip is here. I think Chip has gone home.
Through. Yeah, so. Chip Herr, he had some. We know he had some brake issues at the beginning of yesterday's race. Had some issues with a misfire as well. He took the car home back to Pennsylvania.
Right, and then starting on the pole actually is going to be the 37 from Midlothian, Virginia. That's the 37 of Warren Montague in that GT3 machine, and he set another track record yesterday in GT3.
That's right. The GT3 TRD Toyota of Warren Montague. Great run for him yesterday. Here we see that little yellow tube frame machine directly behind the pace car. So that moves up to the front row Robert Corzin,
Right.
who was scheduled to start fourth, scheduled to start on the outside of row number 2. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1 next to Warren Montague in the number 88 Touring 1 Ford Mustang. And we'll have to see. I think it's going to be interesting to watch here. Tony Ave with that Mercedes, how that machine works up through its way up through the field. Of course, has ABS in that machine and should be a beast. His pace car now is on the pit lane. Starter looking over the field, and we have a green flag in the air, and we have a start, and we are underway as Montague and Corzin side by side, door to door as they head down into turn 1. Now, Corzin's going to have those DOT tires on that car, probably going to get up to temp a little bit faster than the full slicks that Montague has on his Toyota, but Montague leads the field down into turn number 1, dropping down and going into third position here. It is Danny Richardson in the blue and white Chevy Camaro, the third-gen Camaro, and then the Ford Mustang very close behind. That is, I believe, that's Alan Phillips, that green and white number 46 machine.
That actually is going to be the 97 of Jason Smith.
Jason Smith.
Jason Smith got a great start, got right on the back bumper, almost side by side with Danny Richardson going down into turn 1, Greg. But I tell you what, Richardson had the more acceleration off of turn 2, which helped him get back in front of Jason Smith.
Oh, big brake lock up there going down into turn 5. And that has opened up a little bit of a gap there, as you can see, back behind our sixth place driver, actually. And that is Alan Phillips in the 46, right behind that baby blue 14 Mustang of James Jost.
Yeah. And as these cars are going to turn around and, again, start to burn off fuel, these cars are going to change dramatically. Even though it's a little bit cooler out right now, it's very overcast skies. I'll tell you what, it is going to be a handful.
All right, so the Ave machine, that Mercedes now, works its way up from 14th position up to 7th here after lap number 1. He gets around our STU winner from yesterday, Darren Treacle, around our Touring 3 winner from yesterday, Rob Hines, and his Nissan 350Z, also Alan Phillips and Anthony Pacelli, as well as Tom Brown and Doug Cross. Drivers not making the grid today. Chip Herr, as we mentioned, also Cord Kistart in his Touring 1 Chevy Corvette. If you remember, Kistat's car is the one that got torched on the pit lane yesterday. Yeah.
Had a little bit of the.
If you're looking at the barbecue here at Summit Point yesterday afternoon, we could have done it on the hood of Court's car.
Yeah, started to make his bacon for the early morning Sunday morning breakfast a little bit early.
All right, let's look at this coming down through turn 6, going around the outside of Jason Smith's Ford Mustang. Tony Ave just showing the grip that there is right on the outside there. As the track is still damp, to be all the way on that outside portion there, on a portion where drivers don't normally run, not polished down nearly as much as the inner portion where that Mustang was and the T1 car, very easily making do with the Ford Mustang. But we see now there, right behind Ave, Jason Smith and James Jost still nose to tail, battling it out for second in American Sand, as Danny Richardson has been able to escape and build up at about 4 seconds or so now back to Smith.
Yeah, Danny Richardson, 0.3 off of his track record time of yesterday of that 1:19.263, as Tony Ave now starts to come up over turn 3 there. But let's go back to American Sedan here. Just now coming out of turn 3, heading up over the hill, you'll see them side by side. Jason Smith, James Jost, that's second place, as Greg just mentioned, in American Sedan.
And Licklider is directly
right there
behind him,
behind
the
him.
black Mustang.
Yeah, so 3 cars battling for that second position in American Sedan early on.
That is actually extremely impressive that they're going to go side by side through turn 3 this early on. With some pretty cold tires and the curbing, and there's still some dance spots as we go over towards turn 3. So that is very brave from both of them and good clean racing. Yeah,
they made it work, and James Jost now moves back up into second position ahead of Jason Smith, with Licklider very close behind. Do we take a look now? Here they come out of turn 10. With about 2 car lengths, and just back from those 3, Tom West, who's now running fifth in American Sedan in the silver 56 Cadillac. He's had a bit of a train building up behind him here with Treacle's STU, the blue Treacle Insurance, BMW 325, then Pacelli and his Subaru, Phillips and Brown. And good to see Pacelli get that Subaru out. He's had a lot of engine and turbocharger issues in the basically since the beginning of the year.
Maybe he took the turbo out and now it's not smoking. No, kidding.
Running about 140 horsepower in that car, yeah. Tony Ave now works his way up at the third. He sets the fastest lap of the race so far at a 1:16.27. And this is where, even with a damp track, I have to go and take a look at what the Touring 1 track record is here. And it is, just to give you an idea, again, damp track. Jonathan Vasquez set the track record here at this event back in March of 2021, so about 3 years ago, a 1:15.887.
Well, that is no longer the case, because now it will be Tony Ave with a 1:15.879 on that lap alone.
Okay, so there you go. New track record in Touring 1 for Tony Ave, and not exactly optimal conditions here.
Yeah, some spots are pretty dry here, but again, and Morgan, we were talking about this earlier on, especially when we had our conversation about the data and stuff like that, and what do you do preparing when you first go out, on a damp track. A lot of this track is dry. It's in the damp spots are where we always see it damp after a rain. It stays damp probably the rest of the day. With no sun peeking out through here, again, making some certain passes in certain areas is still going to be tough pretty much most of the day.
And that's why I was so surprised to see the battle for second in American Sedan go side by side through turn number 3 because of the tree cover that is over the chute. It doesn't dry unless you get sun. So that is always going to be sketchy for a few hours, maybe half a day after it stops raining. So it's difficult, and I think that they all seem to have a very good handle on it after that pace lap, and they have a very, very good idea of where the puddles are and what they can do. As Tony Ave has just taken the overall lead away from Warren Montague, and I think he's just going to set sail here. Yeah,
and resets that fast lap now down to a 1:15.49.
Tell you what, let's pick up coming out of turn 10 if we can, going direct to start-finish line. That is going to be the battle for second in American Sedan now. James Jost and Jason Smith, they've opened up over the 89 of Brian Licklider. So that while that was a 3-car battle there, now has settled into a 2-car battle. And Jason Smith not allowing James Jost to get any further ahead, just trying to stick with him early on in this race.
And it seems like the 22, our leader in American Sedan, after the early battles he has just kind of skipped away from this field. He's got a fairly good gap, and I don't think he really has to push that car for the rest of this race, as you can pretty much count on the second and third place cars starting to battle towards the end.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of battles, guys, coming out of turn 3 now, they're going to be heading down the chute going into turn 5. The battle for the lead in Touring 3. Rob Hines in his Nissan 350Z, Anthony Pacelli in the Subaru. I mentioned that a number of cars were getting bottled up behind that number 56 Cadillac, the American Sedan Cadillac. Well, 2 of the cars that are getting bottled up there are Hines and Pacelli. And we're going to see what these 2 drivers can do, because I think what they're running into is they've got a lot more cornering speed than the Cadillac does, just don't have the straight line speed getting out of turn 10 that the Cadillac has.
Yeah, and those 2 types of cars are going to make speed wildly differently. Even the cars within Touring 3 are going to make speed wildly differently. But you can see Rob Hines coming out of turn number 10 all over the rear of that Cadillac in the 56. And as soon as they could start-finish, that gap is pretty much untouchable. We might be seeing Anthony Pacelli make a move. Rob Hines is going to go defensive into turn number 1, try and outbrake Pacelli on the outside. And I think Pacelli's just going to show the nose. They're not really going to be able to do anything. He might try the over-under,
I was going to say, he may try the over-under there. It looks like he's going to maybe make it work. He definitely got up to the door there. We'll see whether or not who's got the power coming off of turn 2.
Yeah, they're side by side coming into turn 3. Pacelli to the outside, and he's going to make that work. He's sticking it around the outside. Pacelli onto the rumble strip, still side by side, and he gets the move done around the outside of turn 3 to take the lead in Touring 3.
Two drivers who are very safe, but also very aggressive when they can be, right, and when they need to go. And again, probably a move that may not have needed to happen early on, but you know what? You've got to get out there and get in front because now Pacelli may be able to work to get around Thomas West. Certain.
Well, we'll see here. The last time we saw is they came out of turn 10 where Hines was right on the back bumper of the Cadillac. The Cadillac opened up about 2.5, almost 3 car lengths just on the run down the front straight. That once he gets the throttle down, there's just no dealing with it. And I think maybe part of the issue is Hines being so close behind wasn't able to get a run on the Cadillac. Maybe ended up going and degrading his exit speed there.
Yeah, and that's part of the racecraft thing in multi-class racing, where if somebody, your competitor in front of you is stuck behind somebody, as the attacking driver, you can lay off and really roll through the corner and take advantage of that stoppage on the exit.
Yep.
Yeah, but it really looks like West is able to break the draft. He was just able to do it with Pacelli as well as they now go down into turn 1.
A little bit of lockup there from Thomas West on that right front, entering into turn 1.
And we've been seeing that at turn 5 also, Brian.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say whether or not that brings Pacelli and Hines along with Alan Phillips now in that 46 machine, whether or not that brings them even closer, to that. But looks like West is able to get through that turn.
Yeah, well, let's take a look as they come down the hill because as they came through turn 3, West was able to open up about 5 car lengths on Pacelli. But you can see here, just under braking going in the 5, that gap disappears, and I'm sure we're going to see here all those 3 cars behind them are all going to close down just as we come through turn 6 here. But Pacelli comes underneath the Cadillac and now puts Thomas West between he and Rob Hines. Very advantageous move there for the number 114 Subaru.
Yeah, and now we'll see if that is going to stick down the front straight, and that is super important for Pacelli's race. If he can keep a car in between himself and Rob Hines for the lead of Touring 3, that is such a huge buffer.
Rob trying to make a move coming out of turn 10 down the start-finish line. But again, you talked about that horsepower with Thomas West, able to pull back in. Rob's going to tuck in behind the 56. It looks like he's going to try to outbrake the 56, and he does. He does make that work going down into turn 1. You can see that on the screen now. Rob Hines able to make that outbraking Thomas West, so now there are no cars. Now Rob's got to try to run down Anthony Pacelli, who's got probably about a 6-car length lead there over in that T3.
And what was really impressive to me with Rob Hines outbraking there was he was able to get the move done and then get back into line before the corner started. That's how late in the brakes he was able to go.
Which getting back on that line continues to help that momentum off by running that race line. No, absolutely. Good pickup there. Our overall leader there, Tony Ave, he's pulled away from Montague in that GT3 machine. So it looks like our American sedan battle for second place. They were headed down through the front stretch now, headed down into turn 1. That has kind of opened up. So pretty much everybody opened up, over their closest competitor within their class now. So a lot of them seems with 14 left to go. At this point, you're probably just riding, trying to get the fastest laps that you can, but you still got to take care of the equipment because with these larger, heavier cars, they can go away just like that.
Yeah, indeed. So in American Sedan, Danny Richardson now opens up almost a 12-second advantage on James Jost. About a second, a little bit more than a second between Jost and Smith directly behind. And we just received a call from Turn 2 about the bumper cap on the Touring 2 machine, the Touring 2 46 machine of Alan Phillips, and it is now barely holding on by a thread that the car is just now going to receive a meatball flag that they're going to want to have that car come down the pit lane.
Yeah, that is actually
probably the 23 car Brown,
yeah.
The American Sedan machine of Brown. Sorry.
A threat is an understatement there. As Warren Montague comes in there, Warren may point out the window and say, hey, your bumper cover's coming off.
Hey, that's how you keep somebody from passing you on the outside.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as a following driver, that is terrifying.
Yes,
yeah,
you're
absolutely.
waiting for that to come off.
Yeah, if that thing comes off at 70 miles an hour, that could do some serious damage to a fiberglass body car like the GT3 Celica.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't want to go barreling headlong into that. Luckily, Montague has gotten around the Mustang here, but we should see that car come in. But let's jump back, going down into turn 1 now, side by side. That battle for the lead in Touring 3, we got Robbie Hines going around the outside of Anthony Pacelli from driver's left and pinning Pacelli to the inside here. Let's see as they come out of 2 going into 3.
And Pacelli's still around the outside. Rob Hines is able to go back onto the line, cut in front, and he was able to run down Anthony Pacelli in about 2 laps. He closed up a 7-8 car length gap in 2 laps and is now taking the lead again. So we'll have to see if Anthony Pacelli can latch on and pressure him.
That car seems to be really hooked up on the outside of 1 and 2, really getting that acceleration, definitely getting back to the gas a lot faster than Pacelli.
And I think that's the advantage for a rear-wheel drive car
versus the all-wheel drive.
Exactly.
Where you probably get a lot of push on corner entry from the Subaru.
Yeah, so Anthony's going to want to have the outside for corners because he can just use the 4-wheel drive and then just kind of plow. Whereas Rob Hines is going to want the outside because he gets the rear-wheel drive and he can pinch the predominantly understeer car down to the inside and kind of restrict his ability to actually get on the throttle. So each of them are going to want the outside as a preference.
Yep. As they come down the start-finish line now, Hines opening up by about a car length and a half as they head down into turn 1. We'll see how deep Anthony Pacelli is able to go on the brakes headed down into turn 1. It's not going to close that gap. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to on this lap here. So Rob looks like he's going to lead that by about a car length and a half coming out of turn 2 now. But again, still early on, still 11 laps to go here. Pacelli could be just letting his tires cool off just a little bit before he ends up making another run.
And I would imagine that Subaru is probably going to chew through tires a little bit faster than the 350Z, given that all of the wheels are being driven.
Yep.
All right, just got word that the 23 Camaro of Thomas Brown has lost his rear bumper, and it is not on the track surface. So went off going around a corner. It's off track, and that meatball flag requiring the driver to come into the pit lane has been withdrawn.
Yeah, he's coming out of turn 2 now, headed up into turn 3. So that 23 American sedan is now bumperless.
So we're going to take a look at the American sedan lead. It looks like Danny Richardson is pretty much maintaining the gap on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place drivers. He's going through turn 3, and 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are just now coming out of turn 2. But 2, 3, and 4 in American sedan are pretty much equidistant. They're not really pressuring each other, but they're in the gap where if somebody makes a mistake, they can
close it off.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah, so that last time by, James Jost just put in his fastest lap of the race, about 4/10 faster than leader Richardson. The only problem for him right now is he's almost 12 seconds in arrears and not necessarily in a position to take advantage of, at least if Richardson has a small-ish bobble.
And Danny has radio communication back and forth to his crew and everything else. So they're letting him know his gap times. They're letting him know what the different lap times are so that he can, manage not only the tires, right? You want to manage the tires as you go through. A nice, cool, cloudy day here. You still have to manage your equipment as you go through, whether that's brakes, whether that's tires, even, the motor with the shifting and the whole from front to back. So they're letting him know based off times where he is and the gap between him and Jost.
Yeah, and exactly. And watching the runoffs last year, I saw a lot of motors, unfortunately and untimely, have expirations.
A lot of the Fords,
yes,
a lot of the Fords, definitely went out early in that race.
Well,
so.
And when I was asking about with James's championship, whether it was at Road America back in 2020 or whether it was at Indy in 2021, the race in 2020, which I believe was won by Washington, D.C. region driver Greg Eaton, and I will have to go back and verify that. But that was a race that seemingly no American sedan driver wanted to win because we had, I think, 4 different drivers that were in the lead that year.
Jost was one of those that lead and blew up right at the start-finish line there.
Exactly.
Yep.
That was one of the cars that broke down. I think Danny Richardson's as well. I know Andy McDermott was a third.
I think Indy is where Jost battled with one of the Aquilante sisters where it was raining and it really started to rain as the race got going. So you really had to manage, you had to manage everything, through that. And I think the American sedan class is all about management, from front to back, start to finish.
It's a lot of car to shovel around a fairly tight racetrack like this.
Right.
And, you really have to be conscious of how much tire you're using because they're all on DOTs.
Correct.
And it was interesting to see that Tony Ave just lapped the leaders in Touring 3. He just went by Rob Hines and Anthony Pacelli into Turn 1. And I would have thought that gap would have closed up a bit, but he got by both of them without holding either one up, so that gap has pretty much remained the same. And I think at this point, Anthony's got to either pray for a mistake from Rob or to have some more lap traffic come in and throw a hammer in this, because I don't think that that car is really going to come back to Anthony. I don't think he's going to find a second win towards the end of this race. And
it's going to continue to fall off.
Exactly.
As you were just talking about with those tires, thinking they would chew up, and the tire degradation would go even more from that Subaru over the Nissan. But the last time by when you talked about it, Pacelli now goes 2 tires off there coming out of Turn 3 in the gravel, so that's going to open up that gap even more. But you talked about it when Tony Ave went by both of those. Pacelli moved all the way over to drivers right on the front stretch, not to even impede that, but to not lose time, because he knew he was falling back further and further from Robin.
Trying to use the draft there. And I mean, at this point here, and looks as though, let's take a look.
That looks like
here,
that
Brian.
may be Jason Smith.
Yeah, the green and white Mustang of Jason Smith, the 97 car, definitely appearing off the pace. We'll see if he brings that car onto the pit lane.
I think he's committed to pit lane at this point. It was barely making it up the hill.
Yep, and the 97 car now comes to the pit lane. So that takes a little bit more of a load off of James Joseph's back here. He now has almost a 10.5 second gap back to new third place runner in American sedan Brian Licklider out of Hamburg, Pennsylvania, in his Ford Mustang, the 89 car, now moving up to third.
Thomas West will move up into fourth at this point.
And yet we were just talking about how you really have to manage the in American sedan,
and there you go,
prime example of it.
And we just talked about the Fords, right? There's a
Might be a little bit of commentator's curse in there, but
maybe.
So sorry.
I'm going to keep an eye here on Warren Montague, our leader in GT3, second overall, as he's about to come up on the Touring 3 battle for the lead.
Yes.
And I want to see how that is going to play out. I hope that he's going to get him in a straight, because I think Pacelli's either going to have to get a yellow flag here and then just his whole game plan right now has got to be get in front of Rob Hines.
Correct.
Yes.
And then you have to just throw out the anchor and defend as hard as you possibly can. You have to get in front of Rob and see what happens. So we're coming down the front straight here is Rob Hines, your leader in Touring 3, just crosses the stripe. Warren Montague is going to go by into turn number 1, I believe, or is he? I think he's going to wait until after turn number 1.
Yeah, he'll probably just wait to get, and that is probably something that Anthony Pacelli didn't want to see happen.
Yes.
He was probably hoping that Montague would try to shove the car underneath Rob Hines.
Try to force the issue there and slow him up a little bit, but
And that gap is just eked out a little bit more, up from about 4 car lengths to maybe 8-9 car lengths now between Rob Hines and Anthony Pacelli in Touring 3.
Yeah, and that on the previous lap, Pacelli was holding about the same lap times as Rob Hines that last time by. However, Hines eked out about another 0.6 of a second. It had been about 0.5 the previous 3 laps. So as you mentioned, Hines continuing to stretch things out. And as we take a look, and as I scan down through the field here, that's still the closest fight on track at the moment. Checking back in, and I know we've been looking at in our chat. I think there are some questions as to which tires Tony Ave is on his AMG. The Touring 1 cars, I believe.
He's on a slick tire.
Right.
Yeah, he's on a slick tire. He's not a DOT. It's the American sedan guys that are on a,
the American sedan guys are all on DOT tires.
Yep.
Yeah, so and I'm going to go back and check the T1 rules for the GT4 cars. Of course, the GT4 machines, there are a number of different classes in which they can run. There's Touring 1 also in GTX,
right?
For example.
Right.
Now, I know And we saw this with the TCR cars, where the TCR cars, when they run in, and when they were running in, I think it was Touring 2, they certainly had to be on DOT tires. Actually, I think they had to be on 200 treadwear tires. I remember this coming up at the runoffs in the wet at VIR 2 years ago. But I'll try, while we're here and have a little bit of time left, I will try and bring up the rule set in the GCR for Touring 1 and those cars and how they're defined.
Yeah, as Tony Ave crosses the start-finish line there the last time, so we've got 4 laps to go right now. He is actually working on catching up to our 5th overall, which is James Jost in that second of American Sedan. Tony Ave now getting through turn 3, heading up over the hill, down into turn 4 and 5. So next time he comes by, it'll be 3 laps. Not really a battle on the track right now. We were talking about the T3 battle for a long time there, but that gap has since opened way up. And we talked about it. I think you're right. I think that tire degradation is gone quite a bit. So it could be that Rob Hines just needs to hold on to that a little bit. Get a couple of notes passed through. I feel like we're in school as we like we got one car coming down pit road. That's actually going to be Thomas West. So that's the Cadillac. So,
and I think he is going to put that car back in the paddock. So that is day done for Thomas West, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, you talked about it really in the American Sedan class, and I've mentioned this hundreds of times, and in pretty much it's all about management. I mean, it's just you've got to be careful. And again, completed over the halfway. Realize, Thomas West probably realized, hey, I'm not going to go really any higher in terms of that. Save what I've got equipment wise, and take it home, put it back in the trailer, and go home. Because it's about competing here in order to make the runoffs that Thomas West goes every year. So
exactly, and at this point, if we're gonna get a full course caution, we're very likely to just finish under caution as well.
Right.
So it's not gonna help you in any ways. You're not gonna get closer to anybody to be able to make a move. So it's pretty much game over at this point in the stage.
Next time Tony Ave comes back, start finish line, that will be 2 to go. So, but again, that he's definitely got that AMG. He's got it going this weekend because, after yesterday in his qualifying, having some time on it, after running the GT2 car pretty much all day yesterday, he's lapped all the way up to 5th overall in James Jost.
All right, the 7-0 car, Darren Treacle now pitting in. Darren was he's still our STU leader. He's our only STU driver on course. Completes 18 of 23 laps, and he calls it an early end of the day. As Tony Ave, next time he comes by in his Mercedes AMG GT4, he will see the white flag.
Wondering if they made him go into the pit station down there because they pointed him directly in there. So I'm wondering if he was having a problem. You may not have heard that call come across the radio, but they made him go in there rather than going straight back to the paddock.
Yeah. So again, there was the question about the tires on Ave's car, and as far as what the GCR says, it's very specific here about slick tires conforming to IMSA GT4 or SRO GT4 specs are permitted, and I think the question is whether or not Tony Ave was on Hoosier slicks, which I don't believe are approved for IMSA competition,
they're not,
and they're certainly not the Pirellis that are approved for competition in SRO. All right, so white flag is in the air. Last lap here from Summit Point for our big bore race. We've gotten word from race control that our next race, which is going to be the Spec Racers, where we're going to hopefully see Morgan out on track. Look for him to defend from pole and take his second race win of the weekend. Scheduled to start right at 1 p.m. We'll be back here at 12:55.
We're going to analyze his data while he's out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to critique him.
You know, I should have bought one of those cameras that you can do a live stream from.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
There you go.
Well, you know, we've got many more events this season that
That's
we
right.
could probably do that. And, you know, if you get one before next weekend at VIR, hint, 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 we could probably incorporate that into the Super Tour coverage on the SCCA official YouTube channel as Tony Ave now comes out of turn 10 for the very last time, well, in this class, and will take the checkered flag. He takes the overall win, wins GT1. Ave with a fast lap time and a new track record in T1 today of 1 minute 15.118 seconds.
I think that would be the last time Tony Ave competes this weekend. I think he is officially done for the weekend after that.
Hey, Morgan, you want to throw him in your spec race?
Right?
I mean, we can fit a whole range of different people.
If
in
you
spec
can fit
races.
Jared Odrick in an SRF, you can fit Tony Ave in an SRF.
I could probably fit Kevin Hart in an SRF if we tried.
Yeah, and he'd have that exact same view as I saw for your chin cam last night where you can't see over the steering wheel. All right. All right, so we've got our drivers coming across. Let's take a look and we'll run down the finishing order here. Top 5 overall. Tony Ave in the Mercedes T1 car. Warren Montague finishes second overall in his GT3 Toyota. Robert Corzin takes the T1 win in his Ford Mustang. Danny Richardson finishes fourth overall. He's your American sedan winner in his Chevy Camaro. James Jost will finish fifth, second in American sedan in his Ford Mustang. If we break things down by class, let's start off with American sedan, where we had 7 drivers on course today. Danny Richardson, James Jost, your top 2. Brian Licklider out of Hamburg, Pennsylvania, will finish third in his Ford Mustang. Thomas Brown in his Chevy Camaro will finish fourth, minus a bumper. And Doug Cross will finish fifth in the number 74 Camaro. In GT2, of course, we mentioned Ave, your sole racer in the class. In GT3, Warren Montague, sole racer in the class. Touring 2, Alan Phillips in his Ford Mustang, our sole racer in the class. In STU, he pitted in a little, and actually, did I say Tony Ave, our sole racer in GT2? No, he didn't race in GT2 today because he was in the T1 car. In STU, Darren Treacle, our sole racer in the class, he pits in 2 laps early. And then finally in Touring 3, Rob Hines holds off Anthony Pacelli. Actually, the margin at the line, 6.5 seconds as the Nissan 350Z car takes the win. Anthony's Super Impreza finishing second. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a little bit of a break for lunch, more than a little bit of a break for lunch. We're going to be back here on course. Cars on course at 1 p.m. We're going to be back with our broadcast at 12:55. So we're talking, about an hour and almost an hour and a half, about an hour and 25 minutes. So a little bit longer than planned race for lunch. But what we're going to do, we're going to take that break. We'll be back. We didn't mention it online here. I wanted to wish all our friends a very happy Easter, Easter Sunday here, if you observe.
Yep, absolutely.
So, all right, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back in about an hour and a half. Thank you so much for joining us here from Summit Point Raceway. We really appreciate it as our race winners now starting their victory laps here from Summit Point. We'll see you in a little bit.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back from lunch, everybody. We're here at Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway for us old-timers, and the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And we are getting ready, Brian, to get racing back underway. We have 3 more feature races here from Summit Point this afternoon. And, you know, I'm just happy we came back at 12:55. You and I should be like running a train station or something here.
We should be.
Always on time. Always on time. All right. So next up, Brian, we had that great big bore race, and
did.
Yeah, and I loved watching that Touring 3 race all the way up to the very end. This one is going to be, I think, just as exciting. Of course, we had our special guest for our last 2 races before lunch, Morgan Burkhardt, who was the pole sitter at the 2023 National Championship Runoffs in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. But I think more recently, more importantly, he won yesterday's Spec Racer Ford 3 Gen race. And we're going to see him out on track. I want to thank Morgan for sitting in with us and talking to us over the our 2 races that we had him up here for. And of course, we're going to see Morgan next week, and a lot of the racers that are racing here today in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Going to see him at Virginia International Raceway next weekend for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Not to plug that or anything, but you'll be able to see that on the SCCA official YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/@SCCA official. And of course, Morgan, he's going to have his next ride in that Michelin Pilot Challenge TCR car, the Victor Gonzalez Racing Team Hyundai, in, I think, towards the very end of April at Laguna Seca. So we've got the pace car heading up to the point. We've got our splitter out there ready to send the field out. I think we've got about 2 minutes before our pace lap is scheduled to begin. And I can't tell if that is Joelle Pence there. Yes, it is Joelle Pence. The reason I couldn't tell is because she's got the bunny ears, like so many of the folks.
Well, it's Easter,
but she's got the Minnie Mouse gloves on.
Right.
So yep, there we go. The big white gloves, and she's waving for her adoring crowd.
Her tutu is more like a 1-1.
As she does a spin. You know, we ought to get a camera so we can show what goes on grid during these race weekends. But Brian, as the pace lap is, we're going to be heading out on track here a moment. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Sure. Supposed to have scheduled starting as 14 cars. We do know that one is not going to be, and we'll get back to that here in a second. But scheduled to start 14th from Lebanon, Pennsylvania is the one of Jared Odrick, sorry. Starting in the 13th position from Vail, Colorado, that's the 59 of Wade White. Starting in the 12th position from Littlestown, Pennsylvania, that's the 3 of J. Mark Wendling. Starting in the 11th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 01 of Chris Current. Starting in the 10th position from Stanton, Virginia, it depends on which side of the bridge you're on. That's the 11 of Jisoo Kim.
Just don't be on the bridge.
Don't be on the bridge.
Yeah.
Starting in the 9th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, that's the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in 8th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 7th position from Darien, Connecticut, that's the 42 of Craig Chase. Starting in the 6th position in the number 27 from Gainesville, Virginia, that's Brian Cates. Starting in the 5th position from Glowersville, New York, that's the 77 of Jeffrey Lehner. Starting in the 4th position from Flemington, New Jersey, the 56 of Jason Pintar. Starting 3rd from Boyd's, Maryland, that's the 55 of Sam Schechter. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position from the 17 from Greenwich, Connecticut, that's Ben Albano. And starting on the pole, and Greg was just talking about him, from right here in Charlestown, West Virginia, that's the 2 of Morgan Burkhart.
All right, and the pace car now heading out onto the track. Of course, we always want to say our prayers for the Pontiac pace car, make sure it makes it back in one piece. But they are now bringing this Spec Racer Ford field out on track for the pace lap. Now, Brian, you mentioned that there was one driver that we know is not going to make today's grid in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Why don't we talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, and unfortunately during yesterday's second qualifying run, we had Jared Odrick, who unfortunately went off in turn 9, ran into the tire barrier on driver's right.
Yes.
Got hooked there on the corner coming off, got hooked in driver's right, ran into the tire barrier. Unfortunately, has a broken thumb.
Yeah.
So he is out. He is back home. Hopefully he's resting or whatever it is he's doing today, but obviously he's not going to be driving a race car today.
Yeah.
But, hopefully he is back very soon. So, Jared, if you are listening, I'd say we'll, give you a thumbs up, but we'll not going to do that. We'll give you one thumb up.
Yeah, one thumb up.
But hope to see you back out here soon and, get you back out here racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that took place. After we went off air yesterday, we had 4 of our final 6 qualifying sessions in the afternoon. And just after we finished the broadcast, it had started to drizzle a little bit, and the track, we started to see the track get dampened and conditions really change. And very admirable. Jared was going out of his first weekend in a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 trying to figure out how that car handled in perhaps not the best of conditions, and this is what happens. All right, and we're taking a look here as the field now is making their way down through the carousel.
I found Waldo.
You found Waldo.
Waldo found me.
Found Chris Childs. Chris,
no, actually, Waldo found me.
Oh no, okay. So we just Chris Childs, driver of the number 7 STL Mazda Miata, has come up here to join us. And the field looking very well formed up, Brian, coming out of turn 8, heading up the hill. Lights are out on the pace car. You don't want to put any undue stress on the alternator of that car. And we've got the pace car now on the pit lane for now yesterday, Brian, was a very, very slow start. Morgan Burkhart brought them around at about 35 miles per hour, and he has the field very well formed up. Our starter, Dave Sterling, looking over the field. And green flag is in the air, and we are back underway here at Summit Point Raceway. Morgan Burkhart to driver's right. He's in that orange and black Apple Motorsports car. To his left, Ben Albano in the number 17 machine, who looks like he's getting held out to dry there on the outside lane as a couple of the drivers come down the inside. Sam Schechter, Jason Pintar in that Gulf liveried number 56 machine. Brian Cates in one of the Doggone Racing, or actually Cates Engineering cars as they come through too, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, as they come through 2 and heading up into turn 3, it is going to be Morgan Burkhart, then Sam Schechter. Then you've got Lehner and Albano. They're going to go side by side coming up over the hill. It looks like that's going to give that position to Lehner. Pintar, kind of the odd driver out there, had to get out of the throttle a little bit more than he wanted to going into turn 3 or going up over the hill, but he ended up having to tuck back on. But I tell you what, Greg, that start with Sam Schechter basically up underneath the entire rear end of that car of Morgan Burkhart as they went down into turn 1. Coming out of turn 5 in turn 6 right now, Morgan Burkhart opening up by about a car length and a half lead. I give it 2 car lengths now as they come up the hill out of 8 over Sam Schechter in that 55. As they come up out of turn 10 now, Morgan Burkhart leading by about a car length and a half. Then you've got to give it about, I'd say, 4 car lengths. That's the 77 of Jeffrey Lerner. And then you've got Jason Pintar. He's going to get ahead of Ben Albano there in fourth place.
Yeah, so Albano started off. We saw this in the touring car race earlier, where was it the touring car race where we had the driver on the outside lane just did not get a good start. Oh, actually, it was in Spec Miata.
Right.
That's right, where Rob Hines just didn't get a very good start. Ben Albano started on the outside of the front row, or started on the front row on the outside. Now sitting back in fifth position as basically that entire inside lane just went right past him.
Tell you what, coming up out of turn 3 last time by there as they head down the hill, Craig Chase did not get a great run out of turn 3, moved all the way over to driver's left. Let's see if Brian Cates is able to get around that 42 of Craig Chase as we look at it now. Coming through turn 6, we'll have to wait to see if we pick him up, but I'll tell you what, as I said, Chase, not a very good run up the hill. We saw this yesterday, Greg. You can see a little bit as our camera now will get a little bit clearer. Jisoo Kim has gotten in front of Keith Frazier. That's 8th and 9th. Those two ran nose to tail almost the entire race yesterday.
Yeah, it was a very good battle there back in the midfield here as Morgan Burkhardt leads the field down the front straight, and he now comes over the crest of the hill and completes lap number 2, and he is now opened up about a full second on Sam Schechter. If anything, he's maybe he's not running the pace he was yesterday. He's actually running right in the mid 120s, Brian. Only 8 100ths of a second faster than Sam Schechter at the moment.
2 cars not making the field. We talked about one of them, Jared Odrick, and then the 87 of John Ryan not making the call here today in that 87 machine.
Yeah, and I think Ryan had some issues in that car yesterday during the race, had to retire early, so not a huge surprise there.
As they come down out of turn 5 now. There we go. Now we got our ticker up there working.
Tick, 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 tick. It's like 60 minutes up here.
Yeah, right.
Except 50 minutes or 23 laps, whichever comes first. All right. All right, and Burkhardt continues to stretch out that lead. And we saw this yesterday, Brian, where Schechter, who finished second yesterday, again, he was about 11, 12 seconds behind Burkhardt at the checkered flag, but he had almost 10 seconds on our third-place finisher yesterday, and our third-place finisher yesterday was Albano, who had fallen back as far as 5th early on in the race, managed to work himself back up into 3rd position, but by then, the damage really had already been done as Albano had gotten into a pretty big fight there with both Pintar and Lehner, and was able to finally dispatch of them with about 3 laps to go.
Yeah, we'll see now because he's about a second and a half, a little bit more than that now behind Pintar and Lehner. So we'll see.Maybe it could be that he's trying to save the equipment. We've been talking about this kind of all day. And now that the sun has come out, Greg, it's going to put a little bit more heat in this racetrack. So, where those guys had these cars set up for an overcast, day, now that sun's out, I mean, those setups could have gone out the window here a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see here. Now, of course, we were talking with Morgan earlier about some of the challenges that he had when he was out on track yesterday and how in the afternoon the track was a bit different from what he had during qualifying in the morning, where he got a lot of push, could not get the nose of that car to set, and then post-apex was having some oversteer issues as well, that the track just really didn't grip up well as we were for their race, for the Spec Racer Ford race yesterday. It was somewhere right around 55 degrees ambient air temperature. It's up a little bit warmer right now, about 60. But the big difference is we've got the sun shining down a little bit here at Summit Point, whereas yesterday it was overcast almost all day long.
Yeah. Bring out the hats and the suntan lotion at 60 degrees. As we take a look going down into turn 1, again, I'm waiting to see Jisoo Kim and Keith Frazier there, coming through. It looked like Jisoo Kim may not have gotten through turn 1 and 2, and a very very well, and you can see that now as they come up into turn 2, up and out of turn 2 into turn 3. You'll see them here momentarily on the camera that kind of went by. There they are. Keith Frazier now right on that back gearbox of Jisoo Kim. So Jisoo Kim overdriving turn 1, really going driver's left wide, not able to get a good acceleration off of turn 2.
Yeah, and here they come now under braking down into turn 5, and we can see the back end of that yellow number 11 car giving a little bit of a wiggle as all the weight coming off of the rear tires, but definitely under pressure right now is Jisoo Kim from Keith Frazier in that blue number 7 machine.
Yeah.
And Burkhardt running, and again, I watched some of his in-car video last night, literally using every last millimeter of that apron to the left of the curbing at turn 10, which is, that is pretty much what's considered the normal line here for most drivers right now. We teach at a driver's school that's your buffer before you end up flipping your car 3 times. Not that I know anything about it, but for most of our racers here, they're going to use every last inch of that pavement, as opposed to turn 3 where they go a little bit over and use the gravel as part of the line. They don't dare do that over at turn 10.
Well, I've been watching pretty much, really the top 5 guys here, top 5 drivers, and you can really tell that they're getting all 4 wheels onto the left side, of the rumble strips there before they're coming back on. The ones that are not are the ones that are either straddling it, and you can really tell the acceleration just isn't there. The momentum just isn't getting off the corner to help it, excel down this long front straightaway.
Yeah. Now, granted, these 1.6 liter Ford motors, they've got quite a bit more power than the old Gen 2 spec racer Fords did with the old Ford Escort 1.9 liter motors, but they are still momentum cars.
Right.
And the key here is to carry speed through the apex. As I was looking at some of Morgan's data, and it was very interesting to me, and of course I don't know the numbers for Chris Childs here in his STL Miata, but I was talking with Morgan's father, who, like me, raced a Honda CRX here for a number of years. And our apex speeds at turn 10 were somewhere around 84, 85, maybe 86 miles an hour at the most. Morgan is apexing turn 10 at 96 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely hauling the mail through here. And it shows he's picking up, every single lap right now. Now, he is running about 0.4 of a second per lap faster than Sam Schechter behind. And so that margin right now from first to second is about 3 full seconds.
I tell you what, Greg, we are going to have a new third-place car. Jason Pintar, last time by, was able to get ahead of the 77, outbraked him down into turn 1 over Jeffrey Lehner. I tell you what, we'll see whether or not Pintar is going to be able to hold that through this entire lap. But he was able to make that pass coming out of turn 2, and you'll be able to pick that up here momentarily.
So the question is then, because Ben Albano, who started on the outside front row, he was in very close proximity to the 56 car when we started that lap. Where is he in relation to our new second-place runner?
Third
place runner.
Right on the back, coming up on the back of the 77 of Jeffrey Lehner. So I tell you what, that again, maybe Albano knew what he was doing here. Lay back, get in the 5th, and try to get a run after that to try to get on that last podium spot.
Yeah, although where we see the and we've got a local caution now, Brian, over by turn 7, and we've got a car off driver, actually turn 8, and the car is off driver's left, right in front of our camera, as a matter of fact.
That actually may be J. Mark Wendling right there. That looks like the blue.
Yeah, and we're showing right now Wendling, the number 3 machine, is 1 lap down, so that makes...
Oh, now he's getting it going again. So maybe he stopped for a burger. Maybe he didn't get to enough lunch.
Well, we were waiting in line at Shea Summit for a while. He might not have gotten his food in time. Kind of like a drive-through here at Summit Point.
You reset a steering wheel. I don't know.
Yeah,
Is that normally what you do, Chris? You take the thing off, you reset it if it's not right after a couple laps. So...
All right, we want to thank Chris Childs, Angry Sheep Motorsports, driver of the number 7 STL Mazda Miata, for stopping in as he heads back down, I think, to work with some of his customers.
Finish up his oil change from qualifying.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, coolant change.
Yeah, coolant change. All right, well, here comes our Here comes our leaders now out of turn 10. Again, Morgan Burkhart leading by about 3.5, almost give it 4 seconds. And then let's take a look at this third place battle here, Greg, because you've got Jason Pintar holding off Jeffrey Lerner and Ben Albano. And Albano right on that back gearbox of Jeffrey Lerner as they head down into turn 1 there. We'll see how long it's going to be with still 15 laps left to go. How long does Albano wait before he starts to pick up the pace a little bit and get by that 77 machine?
Yeah, and Brian, it was interesting to watch here as they go into turn 3, and you can see the gap that now has opened up between Pintar in that Gulf livery machine and Jeff Lehner in the red number 77. So Lehner had a good run, was in the draft of Pintar going down into turn 1, was very late on the brakes, was probably about 30 feet deeper on the brakes than either Pintar ahead or Albano behind. But in going so deep, he had a lot of trouble transitioning back to the gas, and he ended up losing almost a full car length on the run to the apex and exiting out of that corner, and actually allowed Albano to close back up to the 77.
Yeah. Take a look at the cameras here coming out of turn 10. Next time they go by, let's keep the cameras on this battle for third all the way through this next lap. One of the things I noticed last time by is when they got down over the hill in turn 4 into turn 5, I noticed that Albano kind of made 2 moves there coming down the hill, made a move to the right and then back to a move to the left in turn 5, as opposed to where Jeffrey Lehner in that 77 machine up now, and now Lehner goes off into turn 1, gets 4 tires off driver's left. We'll see how much time that's really going to. Now he's going to fall back into the clutches of Brian Cates in that 27 machine. So again, overdriving turn number 1, which ends up going off driver's left. And then let's, that falls back into Brian Cates. Now we talked about Keith Frazier and Jisoo Kim, neither one of them wanting to give up as they came out of 3, going up over the hill. They're still side by side going down the hill. Good pickup by the camera there. Let's see where they're at when they come down the chute here. Again, still side by side. Who's going to give? These guys have been battling since yesterday.
Yeah, and Frazier's going to have to give it up. He had the inside position going into turn 5. Jisoo Kim in that yellow number 11 car, he manages to hold on to 8th position. Frazier, for the time being, going to have to be content with 9th. But now, as they come through the carousel, Jisoo Kim giving up the position coming out of 5.
Looks like Jisoo Kim may not have gotten through turn 5, pretty decent through there, even though they were still side by side, which allowed Keith Frazier in that 7 machine to get a better exit off of turn 6. He had no choice but to let it go.
And now it looks like Brian Cates trying to take over that position from the 77 machine, Lehner, and Brian Cates comes right underneath the 77. Let's see if the 77 can return the favor, coming through 2, and they are now side by side, briefly going into 3. But Brian Cates, he now takes a position away from Jeffrey Lehner. Move the Cates Engineering number 27 up in the 5th position.
Yeah, pretty good move there. I thought at one point Lehner was going to do that over under because he had good exit speed in the center of the corner, but ended up not being able to hold on to that.
And here we go again, Keith Frazier and Jisoo Kim. It's almost like we've got a DVR here, and we just rolled back a lap or so as they are once again side by side as they come down the hill going into turn 5. We got Frazier to driver's left. He now is going to hold off Jisoo Kim from the inside going into turn 5. Let's see, because the last time we saw Kim maybe run a little wide through 5, and nope, Keith Frazier manages to hold off the number 11 machine. He'll stay in 8th position. Jisoo Kim in 9th.
I know that carousel camera is a little blurry, but you can see it where Jisoo Kim does get through turn 6 a little bit better than Keith Frazier at this point. But then Keith Frazier, once he gets to the carousel, just pulls away, that half a car length, which is really all he needs.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, Super Touring Light, and Touring 4. Race group number 5, small bore, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Greg, as we were talking about the Keith Frazier and Jisoo Kim battle, that's for 8th and 9th. Let's pick back up that top the last step on the podium here between the 56 of Jason Pintar and the 17th of Ben Albano. We'll pick them up here on the camera. That's getting closer now as Ben Albano is within a tenth of Jason Pintar. Here comes our overall leader, Morgan Burkhart, coming out of turn 10. And now we'll wait for that third place battle here coming in. Jason Pintar, here they come into your screen right here, coming into turn 10 and then out of turn 10. You can see Ben Albano within a car length of Jason Pintar. So where that was opened up a little bit earlier on, Albano's right there on the back gearbox.
And Brian, to watch the effect of the draft of these Spec Racer Fords as Albano was able to eliminate about 2.5 car lengths just on the last half of the front straight here, and a very long front straight, about 2/3 of a mile here, and he is now right up to the back of the 56 machine. And once again, Frazier and Kim going at it side by side going into turn 1.
It looks like Jisoo Kim really gets in the entrance into turn 1 a little bit better than Keith Frazier, but Keith Frazier's exit out of turn 2,
Much
no matter
better.
where he is on the track, seems to pick that up where Jisoo Kim just can't get through there.
And the thing that we see is almost every single time, and it really does look like a DVR, is that Jisoo Kim is trying to make the move down the inside. He is doing a very good job getting his car rotated, but in doing so, he is really compromising his exit speed out of that corner.
Yep.
And as long as the Frazier car, he can get into throttle, even though he's got a longer distance to run, he's able to get the power down much better than the 11.
Right. Here comes that third place battle again. Now it's about a car length and a half between Jason Pintar and Ben Albano. So Pintar on that lap there went a little bit faster, almost a full tenth. I'd call it a tenth and a half faster than that 17 of Ben Albano.
Yeah, and so Albano, he closes back up under braking, but even then we can see as he does, he starts to lose a little bit of ground on exit to the 56 machine. So far, that 56 car, whether it be Albano behind or earlier when we saw Jeff Lehner behind, the 56 car seems to get a much better jump out of turn 1 than either one of those two competitors.
Yep, absolutely. 59 going by, Wade White going through there. I do know that, there goes the Frazier and the Jisoo Kim battle. That continues to rage on. That's going to be, figure 23 laps today, 15 yesterday. That's what, if my math is correct.
Sick.
Let's see you do math. Wait a minute, don't take your shoes off. I don't want you to take your shoes
No.
off.
I'm not breaking out the toes for this one.
It's actually 38 laps between the two.
Right. I care for my socks way too much.
Comes that battle now. There you can see it's within a half a car length now. And I tell you what, I think, we talked about the bad start that Ben Albano got. If he would have gotten a good start, he may have been, kind of up, maybe even putting pressure on Sam Schechter at this point.
Yeah, I would agree. So even this time, and now going into turn 1, under braking into turn 1, Albano was as close as he has been now to Jason Pintar. He was within, I put it at maybe a foot to 2 feet off the differential of the 56 car. But once again, once they turn in, we can see how the 56 car just does a much better job of getting the power down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, these cars are, I think, as close to spec as you're going to find in many regards in the SCCA. But, the more an engine is in use, the softer it becomes. That may be an issue. You never know. But by the time they get to turn 3, the Pintar machine now has almost a car length and a half advantage again. And now Albano has to start from scratch to try and get back up to him.
Right.
All right, Morgan Burkhart crosses the stripe. He has a fast lap now. Set it back on lap 12, 4 laps ago at a 119.892. And track record, a 119.178. So, one of his goals this weekend was to try and reset that track record. He's still about 7/10 off. But, Brian, we've got now about 8 laps remaining. Let me go and make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid. for race group 5, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4, please head to the grid. Race group number 5, drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
You know, Greg, looking at the overall lap times of this really entire group, since the sun came out, since this race first started, right? So we're only talking 20 minutes since this race has started, 21 minutes. The sun has come out. The times just aren't where they were yesterday, and they're definitely not where they were at the beginning of the race. So, you know.
So Brian, we know at least one driver here in Spec Racer Ford has worldwide appeal, and they've all checked in for this race. And I know that because I saw Morgan's mother send out a message that he was going to be on track with a link to our stream. But wanted to welcome Lisa Hunsaker. She's one of Morgan's, her family's one of Morgan's biggest supporters. They're out from Colorado, and I believe very big into Porsche racing. We also have John Pettit, who says good day from Australia.
Nice.
Which
day,
actually I guess would be good evening from Australia.
Yeah,
It's
right.
about 1:30 in the morning over there right now, I believe.
Yep. That would be one of those good evening, mates. I can't do it very well. I'm terrible at accents sometimes. At least that's what I'm told. All right, let's pick up this Keith Frazier, Jisoo Kim battle again. It seems we're going 38 laps with those in 2 days for them. Even during qualifying, they ran nose to tail pretty much. So, you know, as we start to pick them up, getting ready to come up over the hill out of turn 2, up through turn 3 now, it's about a car length. That's probably the biggest gap they've had. And, you know, I know that they're parked next to each other, so that's probably literally the biggest gap they've had since Friday. Morgan Burkhart comes down. I'm going to take a look and see, because Sam Schechter ran his fastest lap of the race last time by, so throw out what I said. Times,
Sam's into the 19s. He's got a 19.942. Morgan responds with a 19.910, about 0.03 of a second up on that. And again, Burkhart's been pretty consistent. He's gotten down to a 19.892.
Hey, let's go ahead and let's check back out in this Jason Pintar and Ben Albano, because Albano was able to get back around Pintar the last time they crossed the start-finish line. And now Albano coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. You're going to see him. He is now ahead of him, ahead of Jason Pintar. So put Ben Albano and holding on to that third position. We'll see. It looks like one of the cars earlier on may have been the Jason Pintar machine that got the right side in that little gravel coming off of turn 3 as they head down into turn 5. Now Albano leading by about a half a car length going through there. So as we pick them up out of 6 and come through, we'll see whether or not he's able to stretch that lead out a little bit more.
Yeah, and this will be interesting to see, because it looked like he turned in very, very early. Going into turn number 5, would have probably had to fight the car quite a bit on exit to set up for turn 6. One of the drivers that I just texted me that I trust very much here, and he certainly knows Summit Point very well. He noticed that it looked like Albano had been turning in a little bit early at turn 10 and actually scrubbing off exit speed over there, as he had to hold the car tight on exit. But as we can see now, as he's made his way around, you know, we should also note that that we've got Brian Cates, who is starting to close things down a little bit now on Jason Pintar. The gap now still about a second and a half. He's not within the draft at this point, but he's getting a little bit closer. There, he's as close to Pintar now as Pintar is to Albano.
Well, I tell you what, last time by, I think Pintar made that little mistake as we were talking about. He was the one that had the tires going off there. So he fell back from Albano going through there, which allowed Brian Cates to pull up a little bit. And yes, Lisa, I would love to see Morgan in a Porsche. I think that would be fantastic to be able to see him run, especially in the Porsche Cup. It would be a great experience, I'm sure, for all the way around. But I think he's kind of tied to Hyundai right now and got his mind, a little worried about that. So here he comes, I tell you what, out of turn number 10. But I want to go back. Let's keep the camera on coming out of turn 8, and then Albano, and then Jason Pintar, and then Brian Cates, who's really right now behind the J. Mark Wendling. machine. So that's going to hold him up a little bit. He was able to get away around him coming up underneath the bridge. But again, Pintar and Albano, Pintar starting to close that gap.
Yeah, Brian, I just wanted to mention we're going to stay on with that battle, but it may have taken 18 or 19 laps. But I think Morgan Burkhardt's tires are finally starting to come in. As
119.6.
Yeah, so it's still about 0.4 off the track record. But in the last 2 laps, he's reset personal best and reset fast lap of the race. He was at a 19.8 on the previous lap, now down to a 19, we'll call it a 19.64 here on this lap, as he's starting to find some speed and he's starting to dial some things in here. And here we go with that Keith Frazier and Jisoo Kim battle once again. And and we see it even there, Brian, where Jisoo Kim just does not get a good entry into turn 1 compared to Frazier. Frazier's able to hold him off as the gap now as they come into turn 2, about a single car length. But always, whereas Kim loses a lot of ground coming into 1, he does seem to carry quite a bit more speed through that slightly banked turn 3, and he's now right back to the back bumper as they go into braking in the 5.
Last time by 119.619, so getting even faster. So,
well, he's got 3 laps remaining here in our Spec Racer Ford race. It's Morgan Burkhardt, Sam Schechter, Ben Albano, Jason Pintar, Brian Cates, your top 5. Cates has now started to fall off the pace of Jason Pintar ahead. Yeah. That last time by, the difference was Pintar made up about 0.3 of a second, or expanded his lead over Cates by 0.3 of a second. Oh, and we've got a car goes off at turn 10, and that is Keith Frazier. Yeah. In that fight between Kim and Frazier. Frazier dropping a wheel on exit of turn 10, shoots across the track, and he is now sitting trackside at just before the pit out area, not in the view of our cameras, unfortunately.
Does look like he tried to refire that car. It looked like he did try to get it refired out of there, so we'll see. It looks like he's trying to move, but that was a pretty vicious hit on that side. But that car is moving now, Greg, so it looks like he's going to try to spin that around and then obviously bring it straight back into the pit road, moving it up against the tire barriers closer right now, but it does look like he is moving. It did look like he got his left rear hooked there coming off of turn 10 in the grass, and again, this grass is still a little bit wet with 2 laps left to go for the rest of this field, but pretty big hit. And I can tell you right now, it's out of our cameras, but it is Keith Frazier is getting out of the car and climbing over the tire wall.
Yeah, so he's clear. Now, we do still have a local caution over at turn 10, but that is now, of course, going to move Jisoo Kim up into 8th position. He's quite a distance back from Craig Chase in 7th. The next time Morgan Burkhardt comes across the start-finish line, he will be seeing the white flag signifying 1 lap remaining. So, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Race group number 5, this is your final call to the grid.
Yeah, just to give you a quick report, Keith Frazier out of the car, back on the pit wall side of the racetrack, walking around, talking to individuals there. So seems to be okay at this point. That's a great sign because, like I said, that was a vicious hit, correct?
All right, Morgan Burkhardt gets the white flag. He's got 2 miles and 10 turns remaining here, looking to take the sweep this weekend at the U.S. Majors Tour. At the moment now, as Sam Schechter is working his way into turn 1, Burkhardt has just about a 7.7 second advantage over our second place runner in the number 55 car, Ben Albano, who started off on the outside of the front row, currently running 3rd. He's another 8 seconds in arrears of Sam Schechter for the second day in a row. I think probably a little bit of a disappointment for for Ben Albano, who's had qualifying pace. He just hasn't been able to put 2 races together.
Right. As we look as our overall leader now coming out of turn 5, negotiating turn 6 in the carousel for the last time for the weekend. Morgan Burkhardt, again, over Sam Schechter, and then Ben Albano, the Jason Pintar battle that we did have at one point, that is now opened up. So provided everybody does complete this final lap, that could be your podium spots here.
All right, our leader, Morgan Burkhardt, coming into turn 10 now. He's got the front straight. He's got the starter stand and the checkered flag in his sights, and taking the win, Morgan Burkhardt from right outside the gates here in Charlestown, West Virginia. He's your Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 winner. Sam Schechter will finish in second. Ben Albano in the silver, the gray number 17 machine. He crosses out of turn 10 and comes across the line. He will take the last step on the podium with Jason Pintar just 2.5 seconds back from there. He'll come home in fourth with Brian Cates finishing fifth.
Yeah. Well, wait, I believe we still have a car or two that could be finishing up their last lap. Here comes the 42. I believe this is going to be Craig Chase, and then Jisoo Kim. Could be Jisoo Kim, could be the last car to take the checkered flag. We may have Chris Current still out there, as I know Wade White was a lap down, as well as the three of J. Mark Wendling. So I believe that is the last couple of cars that will be coming across, and here comes the 01 of Chris Current. So he may be the last car to take the checkered.
Yeah, I believe that is
the last one.
The last driver to take the checkered flag. All right, so let's see here. We should have Morgan Burkhardt coming around. Maybe we'll get a little bit of his victory lap. I mean, we talked quite a while to Morgan. We ought to get some more of his on-track
Maybe we
exploits.
should go run down there and jump in the car with him and go right around. What do you think, JC? You think
right.
we should just go run in there? Because I think we'd all fit.
Well, we'll see if Mom Beth takes a swan dive from the starter stand. And
I think you should put Grandma in there. Get Grandma
I'll bet
around
you Sheila would definitely enjoy that. You know, we've mentioned it before. You know, Morgan comes from a long history of SCCA members. He is a third-generation member. His grandfather, his grandmother met flagging at SCCA races. His mother and father met SCCA Workers of the Year last year for start. And both of them, both former racers and Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series champions. And, of course, Morgan running as well. So let's see here. We're going to see if Morgan Burkhardt, he's got his crew doing tire pressures and temps. We'll see if he comes out for the victory lap, as we've got some of our emergency services teams responding to that Keith Frazier car.
Good thing they are making Keith walk to the infield care center here, so that's nice to see.
Yeah, that's great. All right, Morgan Burkhardt going to pick up his checkered flag. And you know, the other reason why we're doing this, Brian, is we subjected our viewers to an hour and a half of commercials during lunch.
Yeah.
So I figured that we'll show them a little more on-track action here as Morgan Burkhardt has the checkered flag in hand. He is now making his way onto the front straight there. And he's going to take probably, well, other than his pace lap, probably the slowest lap of Summit Point Raceway.
For him, anyway.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't experience what his parents experienced yesterday from the starter stand, where the flag basically just leaves the stick.
Not
sure
only the green flag, but the checkered flag.
Checkered flag as well. Hopefully they've zip-tied that thing up
They had
pretty
dual
well.
repairs they had to make.
All right, well, here Morgan's coming down into turn one now on that victory lap. Let's do this, Brian. Why don't we take a quick break? We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that bring you the action here for each weekend of racing at Summit Point Raceway that the Washington, D.C. region holds. And let's tell you a little bit about Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 U.S. Major Tour presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. We've got 2 races remaining. Want to thank you all for hanging out with us here on this beautiful Easter Sunday here at Summit Point Raceway. This race is our small bore race. We've got our production classes. We've got B-Spec, which much like I'm sure like yesterday will be a very exciting race. Also, we had a great T4 race yesterday, Brian. As the drivers are heading out for their pace lock, let me run down the starting order. Starting 24th, driving the number 11 B-Spec Mini, it's Alex Ratcliffe. Starting 23rd, driving the number 111 GT Light MG Midget, Bill Blust. Richard Roman starting 22nd. He's in the number 19. Number 19 Mini Cooper. He's our reigning national champion in the class. Ryan Moran driving the number 88 Mini Cooper will start 21st. Spike Benning will start 20th today. He's in the number 35 F Production Mazda Miata, with Tom Broering driving the number 90 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit starting 19th. Then we've got Dan Conway, yesterday's B-Spec winner. He starts 18th today, driving the number 103 Mini Cooper, with Kurt Laumeister starting 17th. He's in the number 77 STL Mazda Miata. Jennifer Romes will start 16th. She's driving the number 186 Scion FRS, with Braden Connolly starting 15th. Braden's driving the number 12 Fiat X19. And that is an H production machine. David McPherson will start 14th. He's in the number 91 STL Mazda Miata, with Tom Gahn, his second appearance today, in the number 49 Mazda Miata. He is starting 13th in STN, running in STL. Zachariah Rosenberg driving the number 171 Mazda Miata. He starts 12th today, also running in STL, with Robert Cahall in his Mazda Miata. It's the 178 car, starting in 11th position. Starting 10th, driving the number 06 F Production Mazda Miata. We got Robert Garrison with Chris Windsor starting 9th. He's driving the number 188 Touring 4 Toyota Scion. Then we've got Matt Brandon. He's your H Production pole sitter today. He's driving the number 122 Fiat X19, starts 8th, with Michael Unger starting 7th. He's in the number 83 E Production Honda S2000. Brian Price is scheduled to start 6th. He's in the number 51 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, with Matt Sisson, your T4 pole setter, starting 5th. He's in the number 87 Toyota FRS. That's a T4 machine. And your top 4 drivers, starting 4th, driving the number 22 GT Light Toyota Tercel, your reigning national champion, Graham Fuller. Chris Childs, who we had up here in the booth a little earlier, scheduled to start 3rd in the number 7 STL Mazda Miata. And your front row, Ted Cahall in the number 182 STL Mazda Miata, and your pole sitter, Minor Wilcox, in his E-Production Caterham.
And we've got a green flag, Greg. And I tell you what, that Caterham just took off with Minor Wilcox. Now you've got Chris Childs and you've got Ted Cahall battling for that STL, but for second overall, they are still side by side as they go down into one. We're going to have to see whether or not Cahall is going to give up the line there to Chris Childs. He's able to do it, but we'll see if Cahall can get the outside run. We've seen it all day long. If you get on that outside run, you can help it, with the acceleration coming off. They're still side by side. Now let's call it almost 3 wide coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3, because now you got to throw in Brian Price.
Yeah, so we had Minor Wilcox jump to that early lead. He started towards the back of the pack during yesterday's race, but yesterday when we had Ted Cahall and Chris Childs side by side going into one, Graham Fuller ended up 3 wide with the thought, this is not where I want to be. It scared him so much he didn't make the grid for today. And actually Graham had some mechanical issues with his Toyota and did not make it out for this race. But here was what was interesting: as Childs and Cahall were going side by side into one behind the Wilcox Caterham, Brian Price in that burgundy ND Miata gave Cahall a nice little push. And look at this as they come out of turn 8. We see the 2 STL Miatas work around the Caterham. And I think a lot of that, Brian, has to do with the fact that the STL machines, they're on DOT rubber. They come up to temp.
Takes a little bit. They can get to it quicker than that Caterham. Yep.
Yeah, and the Caterham, probably the lightest machine by far out here. Although the driver sits right over the rear axle. Not a lot of heat in those back tires early on.
Tell you what, if we drop back a little bit further as they start to head down into turn 1, all of our B-Spec cars, they're all nose to tail. You've got Dan Conway leading Rich Roman. Then you got to throw in Ryan Moran. And then you throw in the 11 now of Alex Radcliffe. Again, I know the 11 had some mechanical issues yesterday. Rich wasn't real happy with it. Again, that's a backup motor. That's not their motor that's going to be done later on in the year.
Right.
That's still in the process of being done. Rich's motor that he ran at VIR in the runoffs, that is actually in the 88 of Ryan Moran. That was his original motor anyway. So, again, this whole group here in this B-Spec this weekend, trying to do some testing, trying to make things a little bit better as they get ready, not only for next weekend, but for later on in the year as they start to come down in Turn 5. I tell you what, Dan Conway, he's got these B-Specs figured out.
Yeah, he definitely does. It's only the second race that he's been behind the wheel on, and it is definitely a much different car to drive than his Spec Miata, which we saw, and I'm sure he's hoping for a little better result than he had in the Miata a little bit earlier today. But the whole scheme, how you brake and go into corners, and how you enter a corner, very different in these small little front wheel drive cars, and certainly. Although a Spec Miata is definitely a momentum machine, there is a whole another level of requiring momentum in a B-Spec car, and a lot of it means opening up corners, using your hands as little as possible to navigate corners. But here, Minor Wilcox still sitting in third position for now. Now in E-Production, he really doesn't have anybody here other than Michael Unger in his Honda S2000 he has to worry about. Already about 6.5 seconds separating Unger in the S2000 from our E-Production leader, Wilcox here. But for the moment, it is once again the two Miatas, the STL Miatas, Ted Cahall and Chris Childs, starting to walk away. Now, yesterday, we had a great race in Touring 4. Brian Price in his ND Mazda MX-5, the Burgundy number 51, he retired early. And so the issue, I thought he might have had a suspension issue. What it actually was an accessory belt on the car. The water pump wasn't working, and the car got incredibly hot. My understanding is it was somewhere north of 350 degrees. But right now he's got the car moving, but he's got a battle on his hands now as the 87 of Matt Sisson, who took the win yesterday, now pulls right alongside Brian Price as they're now coming down into turn number 1, coming into our view. Sisson in the white Toyota. Brian Price, he's going to give up the lead in T4 now, and he will slot back into second. Both of those drivers already, Brian, with about 13 seconds on Chris Windsor and Jennifer Romes. Also running those twins. When you have three of them, are they still twins? But they are running third and fourth.
Triplets.
Yes, in Touring 4.
Well, I was just getting ready to talk about Chris Windsor and Jennifer Romes. Jennifer Romes has been running that car out here for a couple years now, just now coming into her own, really running well this weekend here with that. Her and Chris Childs, they were nose to tail all race long yesterday.
Yes.
They're still nose to tail. A little bit of a gap. Chris got a good run on one of the cars, put a car in between her and him and Jennifer. Jennifer seems to struggle a little bit coming out of turn 3.
Yes.
And then a little bit coming out of turn 10. So I'm sure Chris is continuing to work with her as she is out of that stable as well, really helping. And I think that as the year goes on, they're going to be able to get that battle as they're now coming out of turn 6. And again, it's about 5 or 6 cars. But again, as the race goes on, look for Jennifer to get a little bit faster in that Toyota Scion, catching up to Chris. She's got one of the Cahalls right behind her, hoping to push her to catch Chris Windsor as they're just now coming into turn 10. You can see where Jennifer struggles just a little bit early on in the race, coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, and that's Robert Cahall in the 178 Mazda Miata. Directly behind the STL machine, and then directly behind them. Look at this. We're going to skip past the 122 Fiat X19 here for a moment. Probably that's the 12 of Braden Connolly. His dad is driving the 122. But Dan Conway and Rich Roman now locked nose to tail coming through turn 1 in their B-Spec machines. They should be coming out now and heading towards turn 2. They're at they're the small, tiny little cars coming into our view right now. And I'll tell you, they're still going to be tiny and small when they come up into our view right now. So sitting in the lead car in that group now, Brian, that is Conway in the 103, Rich Roman in the 19. Roman is in the green car, correct?
Correct. He is in the 19 green car, which Alex, that's Alex Radcliffe's car, along with the 103 that Conway is driving. So he has both of those cars. Rich's is the 11 that Alex is driving today. Again, and then Ryan Moran in the 88. So a lot of them, like I said, playing around a little bit. And when I say playing around, really doing some testing, learning a little bit more, giving Dan Conway in Alex's car, the opportunity to run this B-Spec. But, again, that 19, we mentioned this yesterday that they, Alex have gotten that over the week, over the offseason.
It got drop shipped
It got
on
shopped
Friday.
right here Friday morning. Here, so
helicopter and everything. They just dropped it. They drop shipped it right into the paddock here at Summit Point, and they went right out for testing.
I don't know. Rich looks pretty good in that car. Alex may not get him out of that car.
All right, now moving to the inside and taking a look now on the 103 machine. There he is, and they swap positions. Conway and Roman swapping positions as they go down into turn one.
Again, two drivers that know exactly how to draft around this racetrack, right?
They've done it for years.
They've done it for years. Both of them have done it with each other and against each other, so they know how to draft. So as Rich got up to the rear bumper there of Dan Conway as they went down into turn one last time by, as they got almost into the braking zone, they were able to move to the right.
All right, now also coming down into turn three, this is the battle for third in B-Spec with the two Mini Coupes, not Mini Coopers.
Coupes.
The Coupes, and it's Ryan Moran and Alex Ratcliffe. Moran is in the 88 car with Alex Ratcliffe in the gold number 11 that we saw Roman running in yesterday.
I think when Alex gets out of that car, looking at the lap times, Alex is going to get out of that car and tell Rich, I don't think it was the car. I think it's more you.
Well, yeah. You're the problem, Roman.
So, again, our T4 battle between Matt Sissons and Brian Price, that's starting to stretch out a little bit. That's 2.5 seconds. Sissons leading T4 over Brian Price. Then you go back to the Chris Windsor and then the Jennifer Romes. And as I said, as the race continues to go on, Jennifer seems to get better and better and better. Last time by was a little bit faster than Chris Windsor. She set her fast time at a 131.846. Chris went 131.964. So she gained a little bit. So she's within 2 car lengths of Chris Windsor, again, in for that third place in T4.
All right, so leading right now in H production, we've got the two Fiat X19s. This is father and son, Matt Brannon and Braden Connolly, with Tom Broing running third in something other than a Fiat X19 in a Volkswagen Rabbit. And so Matt Brannon, driver of the number 122 machine, both he and Braden, they run a Fiat part supply shop, both of them out of Columbus, Ohio. Matt has taken away both a second-place finish and a third-place finish in H production at the runoffs, and he calls himself a late bloomer, having started SCCA racing in his early 30s. And, we talked earlier about Morgan Burkhardt and his whole family being SCCA related. Matthew's wife, Marnie, is also a licensed racer, and she's also a pace car driver for Matt's home region, the Ohio Valley region.
Let's tell you what, let's go to turn 5 right here. You've got Minor Wilcox in that Chatham, but let's talk about our STL lead, Greg, because now you've got Chris Childs making a dive into driver's left on the Cahill machine of, I believe that's Robert Cahill, right?
Cahill, yes.
That's Ted Cahill. I mean, Ted Cahill going into driver's left, wasn't able to make that stick. It looks like that is going to be Ted Cahill going to hold off Chris Childs. We had Chris up here a little earlier. He did have some problems this morning, able to get that fixed, but now it looks like that STL battle for that lead is really starting to shape up here with about 16. It'll be 15 laps to go once the Chatham comes across the start-finish line. But here they come out of turn 10 now, down the start-finish line, and it is within a car length with Ted Cahill and Chris Childs.
Yeah, and as they cross the start-finish line, coming down nose to tail, let's see if Childs moves to the inside. I didn't think he was quite close enough, and as he got to the 200-foot marker, Brian, I think Chris Childs realized he wasn't quite close enough as well. He tucks back in behind the leader in class, tucks back in behind Ted Cahill. Now, big differences that you see here that Chris is running the NB, like essentially the first generation Mazda Miata body style, albeit not with the pop-up headlights. Ted Cahall running the later NC Mazda Miata here as same chassis that we see, for example, Danny Stain, who's a multi-time champion in the class that he's running. Big difference, though, and this is very interesting, and I wonder how much this matters at Summit Point, is that Chris Childs does have a pretty sizable rear wing on the car, whereas Cahall does not have that aero aid.
Right. Cahall runs that car both in SM and in STL. So Chris also has the front valence down at the bottom, where Ted does not as well either. They're getting ready to come up on the Tom Broering machine in the 90 as he lets them go by underneath the bridge. So we'll see. It does look like Chris Childs actually gets a great run out of turn 10 that time by. They're going to go side by side down across the start-finish line here. You'll see that here momentarily. Here they come right now, side by side. They're still side by side going in. Which one of them is going to give up that line here, Greg, as early on, as now Ted Cahall going to try to go a little wide into turn 1 on entry, turns around, he's going to drop at a half a car length. Chris was able to make that stick a little bit better, but now you have Ted Cahall coming to the outside, both side by side again, but thinks better of it, has to get back in line.
Yeah, and so what we saw there, and it's kind of hard to discern from our cameras, but there is an access road that goes to a skid pad here at Summit Point Raceway to drivers left when they come down into turn 1. There is a very, very about 30-foot wide piece of asphalt that you can use. And we saw there where Ted Cahall tried to use that extra asphalt to be able to open up the corner, not crank in as much steering input, and perhaps carry more speed on exit, even though he had a longer distance to run than Chris Childs. It almost worked for him there. So we'll see if he has to do that again, but a good job defending from the inside there for Chris Childs in that number 7 machine, who we can always pick out. They're both very dark-colored cars, black for Childs and blue for Cahall, but Childs has got the headlights on. And now, Brian, as they come across the start-finish line, Chris Childs now opening up almost 8/10 on Ted Cahall.
Yeah, I think again, last time by, going side by side, Ted not able to get tucked back in or having to give up that line, like you said, tried to use that access road. I think that just pretty much just hurt that entire lap all the way around and just couldn't overcome that. They're going to start to come up on the back end of our B-Spec the fourth race here now.
Yeah, that battle for third and B-Spec just ahead of them right now that we were looking at earlier between Ryan Moran and Alex Ratcliffe. There, the two Mini Coupes that they're coming down, and it looked like we had the blue flag being shown to the Mini drivers, and Ryan Moran in that gold number 88 machine, he pulled all the way to driver's right to let the two Miatas come underneath them. Not so much did Alex Ratcliffe, who used that to his advantage.
I think Ryan Moran is the one who used that to his advantage.
In the red.
It was Alex that gave up that entire line there to let them go, which, again, that's going to separate them. But Alex will reel Ryan back in.
Yeah. So Brian, I think given that last statement, I think it's time, once again, to ask everybody to contribute to the Buy Greg New Glasses Fund.
Right.
And the only way that we're going to be able to make that happen is if you give us a thumbs up and you subscribe so we can monetize this channel.
Click that thumbs up, smash that subscribe, get some Greg New Glasses.
That's right.
Hey, that should be the new tagline. That's it.
Buy Daddy a new pair of, not shoes, but glasses.
Bring Daddy a new pair of glasses.
All right, so, I was just looking, and I thought it was the Cahall car, looking at the 122 of Matt Brandon, the Fiat X19, making his way, looks like he's making his way past some lap cars. That H production machine now running 5th overall, actually ahead of the E production Honda S2000 of Michael Unger. Good run so far for Matt Brandon. Again, Braden Connolly running 2nd in H production, currently sitting 13th overall. Quite a ways back. Tom Broering, 19th overall. That's your H production lead. Good to see Spike Benning in the number 35 F production Mazda Miata out here. He had some mechanical issues with his car yesterday. Looked like they've got that back underway. But Brian, let's look at this, because tightening up in the battle for third in Touring 4, it is now Jennifer Romes. Kind of hard to tell with the two white Toyotas going at it. One is a Scion, I'm sorry. But Jennifer Romes in the 186 machine, she has managed to get around Chris Windsor's 188 car now to take over third position in classes. They're going to come down. They're just coming through turn 3 now. But Brian, real quick, as we are now working lap 13, we got 11 laps remaining. Let me make a first call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Please head to the grid. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V racers, this is your first call to the grid.
Greg, one of the cars I want to take a look at here, and we talked about you saying earlier having some problems yesterday, and that is that 51 of Brian Price. Brian seems to be well off his pace that he ran early on. He's in the 130 bracket right now in that T4, in that Mazda. But I tell you what, the times seem to be going the other direction as we've gotten some other cars, and he's giving up a lot of time, especially out of turn 1 and turn 2. So I think he's just trying to get that car to finish. Yeah,
I'm wondering if he's seeing some side effects of what happened yesterday, and maybe did warp the head a little bit on that car, and maybe he is starting to see the water temps rise up a little bit. So we'll see if he can nurse that car home. It should still have a heater core. He should be able to maybe combat that a little bit by turning on the heat there.
Let's pick up turn 3. You talked about the Chris Windsor, Jennifer Rome. They're just now coming out of turn 2. They're going to be coming into your camera view. Chris Windsor is able to get right on the back bumper of Jennifer Rome's. And again, I told you earlier today and even yesterday, they ran nose to tail. Chris working with her a lot as the race goes on. She seems to get more and more comfortable, and she's starting to look a lot better coming out of turn 3 and turn 10, unlike she was earlier on in the race. So again, that car takes some time to get up to heat temps in those tires and is able to start going a little bit faster. Brian Price now crossing the start-finish line. Jennifer Romes and them now going through turn 6 all the way up through there. So we'll see. Again, still a pretty big gap between second and then third and fourth in T4, but all it's going to take is one more wiggle from Brian, and then that race becomes the race for the last podium spot. Well, actually be second, right?
Yeah. So just got word from Race Control. Braden Connolly, driver of the number 12 Fiat X19, currently running second in age production. He's run afoul of our microphones, not the ones that Brian and I have, of course, but the ones that are sitting 50 feet off driver's left on the front straight. He has exceeded the 103 decibel sound limit, and they have just now displayed that soundboard to him on the front straight.
Never thought you'd hear me say this, but an STL, a B-Spec, and a T4 car all cross the start-finish line 3 wide.
Oh, boy.
In the same run group.
No, that can't end well.
Well, it did. It ended well. They all went down into turn 1. They all got through there. Chris Childs in that other Miata has now opened up about a 10-car length lead over Ted Cahall in that 182 machine. But then you had Rich Roman and you had Dan Conway in the middle of the battle between Jennifer Romes and Chris Windsor. You've also got Matthew Sisson getting ready to come up and lap for third and fourth in T4. So,
Sisson starting to come up on the back of his competitors now. So pretty soon we'll see all 3 of the white Scion/Toyotas.
Not going to be able to know who's who until you look at the number.
And by the way, for those of you watching at home, I just wanted to mention we've made some upgrades to our feeds this year. And I know, this is still club racing, and we're doing this on a bit of a budget here. But we have updated our camera feeds to 1080p and 30 frames per second from 720p last year. Mm-hmm. So quite a bit more resolution. I know you'd never know that by looking at our turn 6 potato cam.
Hey, Greg, we got both of the T4
Toyotas
cars coming in. That looks like Jennifer Romes and Chris Windsor coming down pit road. So maybe this was a plan with them both all the way all the way through there, both signaling that they're making that right-hand turn. So, again,
and that was just as Matt Sisson was coming up on the back of those cars. So of course we're all denied seeing the three white Toyotas, but indeed both Jennifer Romes and Chris Windsor bringing their cars back to the paddock. And so they've both gone over halfway. We have 8 laps remaining. Yeah. They've gotten their points for finishing.
Yep.
Here today, and so they're going to finish third and fourth, Romes and Windsor, respectively. But now it is essentially Matt Sisson and Brian Price, the Scion FRS from Pelham, New York, the Mazda MX-5 from Strasburg, Virginia, and it's almost 40 seconds separating those two drivers right now. And and we've seen this, and I know Brian. He's been looking at this ND Miata. He ran it at the runoffs for the first time at Indianapolis back in 2021, and it was pretty clear that it didn't have the pace of many of the other Touring Ford cars. At the time, I think there were some very limited options as far as suspension goes. But Brian Price, again, Mars champion, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion. I mean, he knows how to wheel a race car, and he's just been having trouble getting speed out of it.
We have the 12 car there crossing the start-finish line. Braden Connolly. It looks like he may have been having some problems with gearing. He kept looking down at the gear shift.
I was going to say, he's either got problems with gearing or he's trying to ensure that he doesn't cross that sound control at anything more than like 40 decibels.
Well, he almost came to a complete stop on the front stretch. Either that or he's waiting for his dad, and the 122 is directly behind him at this point. We'll have to see. He's definitely not up to speed. Actually, it looks a little bit like he's back up to speed a little bit, but, not as much as I think he wants to be. He looks like he's going to try to limp that all the way back around.
Yeah, as I was just watching more changes in B-Spec as we just had Alex Ratcliffe and Ryan Moran swap positions for third place once again.
Actually, side by side at this point.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Now you've got Alex. Going to make that as it goes through the camera view there. Alex is going to get. But, we look back at the B-Spec in the lead with Rich Roman and Dan Conway last time by. They were back nose to tail where they had separated a little bit going through, and they're just now coming out of turn 10 now. So, and then you've got the Sisson machine. He's going to go by both of them. But Dan Conway looking to make a sweep here. Not going to let Roman get too far out.
And we'll see here if either one tries to pick up the back of the Sisson car. And
they did. Both of them did.
Yeah, both of them. As soon as that big Scion moves over driver's right, both of the B-Spec cars piled in right behind to try and get that pole down the straightaway.
So it does look like Brandon Connolly getting ready to continuing on there. Dad goes by him there, so.
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please head to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6 racers. Race group number 6, our final race of the day. Please start heading to the grid.
Minor Wilcox goes by the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. There's going to be 5 laps to go, but let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's pick him up. He just got by the 49 there of Tom Gunn coming out of turn 1. Minor Wilcox again setting, got into some traffic here the last couple of laps, so those lap times have dropped down. Getting ready to put a lap on Brian Price in that 51 machine. Let's jump back if we can, JC. Let's pick up our B-Spec because that seems to be the closest battle right now. And those two have been going at it, pretty heavily as we, you talked about it last time, Greg, as they cross the start-finish line now. Last time by when Matthew Sisson went by them, they jumped, Rich Roman jumped right in the back bumper there of Sisson. And I think that Dan Conway was a little taken by that because he was still kind of out to the left and then moved back to the right and then had to move back to the left. The last time by, so it's about a half a car length. Actually, in a Mini Cooper side, it's a car length, right? So that may be 2 car lengths now, but
I can't talk about clown cars anymore.
Well, We can play the old song if we
No,
need to.
no Legends cars out here today. And I know I've now just pissed off every Legends car driver except for you.
That's because me getting out of the Legend car was like Jared trying to get out of the surf.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen really quickly.
That's right. Oh my gosh. All right. So we've got 4 laps remaining now. When Minor Wilcox crosses the start-finish line, we'll have 3 remaining. Again, things pretty darn tight here for the lead in STL with our, probably not STL, STL. Chris Childs continues to expand upon his lead. He's looking for his 2nd race win of the weekend. I was going to say in B-Spec, where Rich Roman now has just the tiniest of advantages, the miniest of advantages.
The miniest of advantages.
That's right, over Dan Conway, and we see where Roman does a little bit of a weave coming out of turn 10. He initiates that before Conway ever does, so he's making his one move, comes back over, tries to break the draft, and it never seems to work, but there they are once again, nose to tail, going into turn 1, and we can see here, as the green machine now is sitting in the lead, how some of these drivers, they make speed, and we've seen how Rich Roman has, and this is how you end up with a national championship. I mean, he has really been able to compartmentalize what needs to be done with that Mini versus the Spec Miata that he's raced for so many years.
Last time coming out of 10, and you're right. I mean, get Dan Conway first time in this car this weekend, really Friday, yesterday, and today, as K-Hall goes past K-Hall at the start-finish line. But, Dan is starting to pick up, and I think this is going to help him overall with his racecraft, even in his SM machine, right?
Sure.
I mean, I think that, because this is, if you want to talk about all about momentum, these cars are even more about momentum than you would in an SM car. It's only going to help him become a better driver, at the end of the day, being able to go through and race this. And I can tell you right now, knowing Rich like I do, he knows that Dan is just following him right now. Last time by, Dan got a better run, not this time, but last time out of turn 10, able to go a little bit deeper on the brakes than Rich. Tried to pull side by side with him last time. Now he does make that move again, but then tucks back in. So again, trying to run to get a better launch off of turn 2.
And Brian, in looking at how much ground Dan Conway made up in the draft on the front straight. I think I made the comment about the draft that we see in the Spec Racer Fords, but how much stronger it appears in these little, and no offense to B-Spec Racers, sorry, Steve Intron, if you're watching, these toasters, which I actually had a B-Spec driver tell me that that it was like a toaster, but these small squat little boxes, they put a big hole in the air, and we saw there were Conway made up about 2.5 car lengths on the front straight, and given how little horsepower these cars have, and it's around 110 to 115 horsepower for still a fairly heavy car. I mean, it's a lot of ground to make up. We see that in the battle for third in B-Spec now as well, even with the Mini Coupes that don't put as big a hole in the air, and that is one of the reasons why Rich Roman, when he won the national championship this past year, he ran the Mini Coupe, and is because it actually it doesn't induce as much of a draft from behind.
Right. And Rich having to do that, win that title by himself, lost his teammate on the first lap. So actually the first corner, basically. So. But yeah, I mean, as they cross the start-finish line now, again, it's still that, and again, this is the closest battle. So this isn't the only group we're talking about, out here, but this is the closest battle on track right now, is between those two, with 2 laps left to go here. Next time the Minor Wilcox come by, he's now coming out of turn 10, crossing the start-finish line. He's going to get that white flag this time, so he's going to be completing his last lap. That B-Spec race is going to end up towards the back half of this, this battle. But again, both of them learning a lot.
Yeah, indeed. As we watch Brian Price now in his T4 MX-5 coming down the front straight behind the 2 Mini Coupes of Moran and Ratcliffe, and I'll tell you, when I said that T4 MX-5 has some speed issues. he wasn't carrying all that much more speed out of turn 10 than the two minis were. And why don't we check back in? He is now up to a 32 and a half,
Yeah,
which is almost 2.5 seconds off the pace the last time we checked in with Brian Price.
Yeah.
So definitely some issues there with that car today.
Trying to nurse it home, right? Trying to get it through. He's got to complete this last lap because he's taking the white flag. Here comes that B-Spec race. They're going to come on the back of that. Looks like that's going to be the 122 machine there. That's going to be Matt Brandon, I believe.
Yeah, that is our H production leader, Matt Brandon, and his Fiat X19 just ahead of him. And they should be, as far as power goes, very
he's going to pull
similar.
away.
Yeah, very similar. Brandon actually with a little bit more power in the X19 there. But once again, going down into one, we've got Conway losing a little ground to Roman, as now with the checkered flag in the air and taking the overall win and the win in E-Production, Minor Wilcox out of Wingina, Virginia, in his Caterham 7, the number 65 car, takes the win in class. And that is his second win, his second overall win in this group this weekend. And now here we go at the line. This is the battle for third in B-Spec.
Give it to Ryan Moran.
Yeah, give it to Ryan Moran over Alex Ratcliffe. And so we'll see that battle for the lead here in just a few moments.
Looks like they're getting ready to come down. And I tell you what, coming through turn 6, good shot on that, JC. Coming up through the carousel, coming out, it looks like it's going to be Dan Conway. I'm going to get it out here in a minute by the time he crosses the finish line. He's gotten around Rich Roman. I think Rich ended up getting stuck behind one of those cars, and now it looks like they're going to come side by side. Rich is going to do some side drafting there. Looks like Rich may get him here.
And here they come as they come to the line, cresting over the top of the hill and taking the win in B-Spec. Let's take a look here. 63 thousandths of a second separates our winner, Rich Roman from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, from Dan Conway, who finishes in second. And again, Moran third, Alex Ratcliffe fourth. In Touring 4, Matt Sisson takes the win over Brian Price. Both Jennifer Romes and Chris Windsor retire just past halfway after completing 13 laps. In H Production, Matt Brannon takes the win, 2 laps up on both Braden Connolly and Tom Broering. In F Production, Robert Garrison takes the win, 2 laps up over Spike Benning. Minor Wilcox, as we mentioned in E Production, takes the win over Michael Unger. And then finally in Super Touring Light, Chris Childs, 3.5 seconds separating him from Ted Cahall, who finishes second. Tom Gahn works his way up to third. Robert Cahall finishes in fourth. All right, so Brian, as our racers are starting their victory lap, so we've got Minor Wilcox heading out first. Let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, drivers, that's Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a quick break here as our drivers start their victory laps. Brian, we're going to thank some of our great partners and sponsors that bring you all of the action here from Summit Point Raceway, along with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, like RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
3 4 728 6749 or email them at brett, that's bret at rpperformanceracing.com.
6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. 6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway as we're getting ready for our final race of the day, Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V. But before we start our pace lap here, Brian, I think it's time as the day's starting to wind down that, of course, we thank all the great viewers, folks that have been watching us online, folks that have come to the track here on an Easter Sunday,
Yes.
Taking time from family. We want to thank all the racers and the volunteers, of course, that have come out to help put this event on a major holiday. So thank you so much. We know that, again, this is family time. And let's do this as the pace car is about to head on the pace lap, Brian. Let's now, because we'll talk about it again in probably around 30 minutes, but let's bring up our upcoming schedule because you and I have a very busy summer up and down the East Coast.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're back here in 3 weeks, Summit Point. That's going to be the Mars 1. That's April 20th through the 21st. Then it looks like in VIR for the Mark Sark
The Stark Mars Challenge.
Mars Challenge.
And I think you're going to be away for that
I think
event.
I'm going to be racing in the karting. I'm not sure which event I'm going to, so
Yeah.
I will be either in Baltimore or I will be down at NC Car.
Just
not
south
sure
of where
which
we'll
one
be.
I'm going to do. I've been
Yeah,
looking
so
at some
most
deals.
likely Dominic Mandiel will be joining me for that. And, of course, once again this year, we're going to be doing 3 different events at New Jersey Motorsports Park, one on the Lightning Circuit. That is in May, and then we've got both the majors and also the last Mars race of the season on Thunderbolt as well. So, of course, you can find us for all of these events on the DC Region YouTube channel, where most of you are right now. There is one Mars event that we don't have listed here. That is at Watkins Glen International, I believe, in July. Actually, I believe it's actually late June, if I remember correctly. Likely we will not be covering that event, but definitely want to have you join us, and we look forward to covering all these events again this year. Also, if you are planning on coming out for the Jefferson 500 VRG Vintage Race, or want to see it, we're going to be on VRG's YouTube channel, or come on out and enjoy some great vintage racing. That is going to be in mid-May.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun event. That's going to be 3 full days there as well. So, tell you what, Greg, let's as our cars are now out on the racetrack, let's go ahead and give the starting lineup here. So, scheduled to have 7 cars. It looks like all 7 of them may have crossed the start-finish line when they went out. So, starting 7th, these are all Formula V.
5 of them have.
And the from Brooklyn, New York, the 29 of Jeffrey Vallejo. Starting in the 6th position from Westwood, Massachusetts, that's the 07 of Chris Berry. Starting in the 5th position from Reicherstown, Maryland, the 86 of Ray Qualls. Starting in the 4th position from Ellicott City, Maryland, that's the 9, that's Gary Saylor. Starting in the 3rd position from Ashbury, New Jersey, that's the 72 of Alex Scaler. And in our Formula 600 from Martland, New Jersey, that's the 44 of Jay Beckley. And on the pole, our Formula F from Lambton Shores, Ontario, Canada, that's the 3 of Antonio Constantino.
All right, and so it appears as though both Jeffrey Vallejo, who broke yesterday in his Speed Sport AM5, he did not make the grid, and Chris Berry, driver of the number 07 Citation, also did not make the grid. So 3 drivers in Formula V, 1 in Formula 6, and 1 in Formula F. Antonio Costantino took the overall win yesterday in his Honda-powered Piper, and we'll see how this plays out. And Beckley had some mechanical issues. He pitted in early yesterday, but now pace car is on the pit lane, and our starter looking over the field, our starter is John Burkhardt, and we've got a very well-formed 3 rows, and green flag is in the air. Actually, that was an odd start there because the Formula Vs, nobody was in the 4th position. They were like running their own missing man contest there for Chris Berry, I think. But heading down into turn 1 for the very first time, it is the Formula 600 Ellis of Jay Beckley with Constantino in his Piper running 2nd, and we'll see here. I think this is going to be Well, this is going to be the battle, I think, for the day. It's going to be Gary Slayer and Ray Qualls for second in Formula V. As for the second day in a row, Alex Scaler driving the white number 72 Mysterian. It's the white machine with the day-glow orange nose. The car typically driven by Roger Siebenauer already jumps out to about a 30 car length advantage, much like he did yesterday.
Yeah, and Constantino now gets ahead of Beckley going in through turn 5. Right through there. So when we pick him up coming out of 6, you'll see Constantino in that Formula F. He has now gotten around Beckley, starting to pull away. But you're right. I think the Scaler machine, that's going to be your overall for Formula V, and the battle will be between Ray Qualls and Gary Saylor. But I tell you what, that was a good battle between them yesterday as well.
It was.
Right? So that could come all the way down to that 23rd lap.
Yeah, indeed. So I think as they came to the checker yesterday, Qualls got the better of. Well, actually, it was Barry who finished third on the podium, with Ray Qualls finishing second. Gary Slayer finished down in fourth position, just off the podium. And I know that the 9 car there had run afoul of some technical regulations, and looking at it, I think it had to do with giving racing room to one of his competitors. So he was then dropped to last running in class, and we'll see how things play out here for today. But, on the bright side, all of our drivers have just set their personal best laps, Brian, as we now have 1 lap in the books, and as you mentioned, Costantino currently your leader.
That is usually how that happens based off time and scoring, when you run 1 lap.
1 lap, exactly.
At least that's what I like to think when they say, when was your best lap? It was the first lap.
It was the very first one. Yeah, and so right here, Constantino with a 123 flat on that first lap. Jay Beckley running a 125 flat on his, and Gary and Alex Scaler a 29.8, as they are all working to get those very small tires up to temperature.
And yes, looking here in the chat, Alexander, yes, we do know that that carousel camera is out of focus. For whatever reason, that camera as well, no matter how much we focus it, just doesn't want to focus. We've tried adjusting that many times, so we apologize for that. So it's not a big oof. It's just something that happens over the course of the day when it starts. So
yeah, if it's any consolation, the cameraman down there is getting paid half. So
he's getting half his paycheck for the week.
Yeah, but sorry about that. We're going to see most likely that camera will get swapped out for the next race. Great little fight. We've been watching that fight going into turn 1 between Slayer and Qualls, and with Gary Slayer in the number 9 machine having the better of it. But now look at this, Brian, side by side going into 3.
Yeah, it's like, well, and then you've got Slayer getting there right behind Qualls coming in. He thought better of it, thought about pushing the issue there early on, really with lap 2. And again, everyone set their best lap on lap 2 as well. So thought better of it again, and kind of tucked in between them. And you know what, Greg, the Formula V class, over the last couple of years, since I've been introduced to it really heavily, this is actually one of my best, race groups to watch over and over. I mean, when you go to a larger race, then you see them in, we have quite a bit of them. You end up with 30, 40 cars. It is the best. You could go from first to 10th within a corner because of the drafting that really comes here with all the momentum.
Well, as we were just talking a little while ago about the drafting in B-Spec, and how in some cases that's stronger than what you see in Spec Racer Ford, or stronger than what you see in Spec Miata. It's the same case in Formula V, and these cars, they look like little cigar-shaped bodies. They are, they look fairly aerodynamic, but when you consider that the front suspension, here's where I'm sure all our Formula V stalwarts are going to start screaming at me, when you see that the front suspension is based on the front suspension of a Volkswagen Beetle, and and the shape of the suspension arms from the rear suspension, there's a big hole in the air that gets punched right at the very front of the car, and opens up this giant hole in the rear. The drafting is incredibly strong. Last weekend, I was calling a race at Carolina Motorsports Park. It was the double Sark races there at CMP, put on by the South Carolina region, the Central Carolina region of the SCCA, and we had a group called Drivers' Cup, which was Formula V only. We had almost 30 of them there, and the draft we had at one point, I thought it was like a national championship spec Miata race. We had 11 Formula Vs, I think, for 4 laps in a row, just locked in.
Yeah.
And nobody wanted to make the pass, and it was just amazing racing.
Yeah. You know, and these two drivers, especially Slayer and Qualls, they went by, they raced each other hard pretty much all day yesterday for the entire time. So, again, we're going to see that again. So pretty evenly matched. It's up to the driver, I think, at this point, who gets around this 2 mile racetrack as they go down into turn 1. Now you'll see them. They were side by side going through there. And I think that now Slayer is going to get by Ray Qualls going into turn 1. So again, every other lap, those two are changing positions. We'll watch them coming out of turn 2 now. Getting ready to head up into turn 3. We'll see. It looks like one car there, but it's not. There's two.
There it is. There's the other one.
Two. Slayer starts to open up just a little bit over Qualls, but, again, it doesn't take much for, you talked about the hole in the air that's pushing. Qualls is, again, sometimes probably only half throttle in certain aspects of it. The draft is pulling him back up to the back gearbox there.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. Of course, these Formula Vs, they've got a 4-speed manual transmission. It is given the design of this transmission, you have to be very deliberate with the gear changes. It is not a quick. It's not a quick shift transmission, but those first 2 gears are typically used for getting off the grid.
Right.
Once you are underway, you are typically going to be in 3rd and 4th gear almost everywhere around this racetrack. That for the especially 2nd gear is the ratio is so low that even going down under braking in the 5, it's something that you're not likely going to do here. As we've got once again the drivers going too wide down into turn 1 and jumping back there into the lead. That is what the number 9 of.
Well, no, that's going to be Ray Qualls getting back in front of.
In the 86, getting back around Gary Slayer there in the 9.
And I think this class here, look, you're on a thin tire, right? Thin as far as side goes, but it makes you a better driver,
sure.
Right? You have to understand where you can and can't pass. And again, these are the only two battling, right now. Beckley and Constantino there in that F and that 600, along with Scalar and that other Formula V that we have. These are the only two that are really battling. Everybody else is kind of, out there by themselves. But these two, again, you learn how to make the right pass at the right time.
Yeah.
Where you need to. Now, if there had been 4 or 5 cars and some of those passes that you go to make, look, you could end up going, like I said, from the lead all the way back down to 10th, 11th, depending on really how many cars you have. We've seen that happen where you go one lap, you're sitting in second, you go to pull out to make a pass thinking somebody's going to go with you, and they don't. In a larger field, again, you're going to just drop back. So it's going to make you an overall better driver and understand where you can make the passes and where you can't, and where your car is actually going to be better. As it looks like Sailor now is going to go back around Ray Qualls, heading down into turn 1. We'll see what the momentum is coming out of turn 2 as they come through. You're going to have Constantino coming up a little bit behind them here momentarily as they're going to head up through 3. Constantino, you can see right there getting into your camera shot. He's not too far behind them, so he's going to play a factor in this battle here for second in our Formula V.
And we're seeing now there as the field is, I would say, tightening up down at turn 5 as our overall leader there, driver of the number 3 Formula F, Piper, Antonio Constantino. He's starting to come up now onto the back of that Formula V battle. He'll put him a lap down, and I mean, we're going to see that happen, I think, multiple times during this race. Again, 23 laps, or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. We're just now past the 10-minute mark here, so we've got just about 40 minutes or 16 laps remaining.
Yeah, again, Constantino gets by them both, and now they turn around and they're working on, getting back together there to go ahead and get back nose to tail there. Again, I think that the Sailor machine, had a little bit of an open run there for a brief moment, and then you end up with Ray Qualls getting right back on that gearbox. Coming up into turn 3 now. And, you look at this, if you're watching the video and you see it, you'll see, the 9 get a little bit of smoke when he's off the gas, back on the gas. That is normal. That is not anything.
Motors.
That is nothing to be worried about.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that car. I can almost guarantee you there. We've said this many, many times, and even those drivers and those owners of those cars, they're worried when it doesn't smoke.
Right. Yeah, because if it's not smoking, that means that huge oil sump is empty, and these are much like a regular Volkswagen Beetle motor. They're air cooled motors. They rely on very large quantities of oil to stay cool in these boxer motors, the horizontally opposed cylinder heads.
If they go by the start-finish line now, it does look like Ray Qualls is going to pull out again. So, if we had to count how many lap lead changes those two have had for second place between them two, it'd be on every single lap. So this just goes to show you Ray Qualls gets a great run out of turn 10 every single time. And then as we get to the backside down through 5 and 6, that's where you end up with a, the Sailor machine gets a little bit better through the carousel and everything else. As they start to, as the laps start to wind down, again, this is just like any other car. These cars are going to give away a little bit here and there. Tires are going to run out a little bit, and so they're going to have to, manage what they have, to get through this 23-lap race.
Good to see that Jay Beckley's got that Ellis back up and running. He retired early yesterday, and before he did, we started to see that car really fall off pace. He's now running, that last time by, he was almost 7 seconds off of his fast lap. He's been down as low as a 121, which is still about 5 seconds off the track record. We'll see if he continues to, if he's able, if this last lap was an anomaly. I mean, I know that some of these Formula 500, and I'm looking at our multi-time champ Clinton McMahon, that always seems to be a pretty fragile machine. And so we'll see how the Ellis handles as we have both Slayer and Qualls going at it once again in the turn 1. Alex Scaler turns his fastest lap of the race the last time by, turns in a 1:26.9, and it's about 3 seconds off the existing track record set by Gary Kittle back in probably April of 2018. He turned in a 1:23.990 back then.
And I would assume that was probably in a huge draft of, minimum 5 or 6 of them in order to do that. And he may not have been the lead car in that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so we're seeing now Alex Scaler. For a moment, I thought maybe he was trying to get a draft off Jay Beckley, but Brian, this is where I'm fairly certain Jay Beckley's having some issues with his car, as he now is almost 4 seconds off of his previous lap, turning in a low 132. And I think very telling is that Alex Scaler's Mysterian drove right past him on the front straight.
Yeah, and now pulling away, coming out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3. So again, Beckley trying to nurse it home, trying to get. I mean, he's completed 10 laps. I believe he needs to get at least one more, or actually 1.5 more, but really 2 more to get him to that halfway point. Then he can if he needed to, he could retire and at least get halfway into this feature. Pick up our battle for second here in the Formula Vs. They're just now coming out of turn 2, heading up the hill to turn 3 again. Sailor opening up. That's the biggest lead he's had over Ray Qualls, I think, in the last 2 days. We talked about that earlier on when we were talking about Keith Frazier and Jisoo Kim. That's the biggest for second in Formula V. That is the biggest lead that Sailor has had now.
All right, so Antonio Costantino now has completed 12 laps, working lap number 13. Got 11 laps to go, and Brian, that tells me we're about halfway through this final race of the day. And I think while we have the opportunity here in a little bit of time, I'm not real big on making shout-outs to people, Brian, but first off, let me mention Mr. Miss Sublogics there. Yeah, we understand that this is not high art and incredibly high quality, but it's highly free.
Yeah.
And both for you and for the announcers making the call. So it's all volunteer, but we are one of the Washington D.C. region is one of only 2 SCCA regions that provides live video coverage of their events, whether it be majors events or whether it be regional racing. And of course, as we mentioned, we're going to be covering a good portion of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this season. Of course, the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour will be returning next weekend at Virginia International Raceway. I'll be part of that coverage, but the SCCA kind of trying to jump into the modern age of broadcasting on a bit of a budget here. All right, so wanted to thank some great people that helped make this event possible. Of course, again, all of the volunteers against the many different from the many different specialties of the Sports Car Club of America, whether it be I'm not going to mention the different specialties because I know I'm going to forget one and it's going to be a disaster here. But want to thank them all for coming out here over Easter weekend. We want to thank race director Kathy McLeod and race chair Bob Crawford. Also, our chief steward this weekend, Steve Pence, and clerk of the course, Joe Stadelman, as well down there on the second floor, who helped run a very, very smooth event that, for many times today, Brian, was quite a bit ahead of schedule.
We are ahead of schedule, that sometimes that doesn't happen here. There's always some type of, where we get into it. But again, as the first majors here in the Northeast Division, I think very good racing by everybody.
Yes.
Across the board from every single race group. And again, can't really appreciate everybody coming out to make this happen, especially on a holiday weekend. Being Easter. That is very much appreciated because we cannot do this. The racers cannot do this without all of the volunteers out here helping to put this show on.
Indeed. I say it all the time that the Sports Car Club of America is, it is a club first, and we could not do it without all of you. Also, as we've gone to each one of the commercial breaks, we've been throwing up the schedules, not only for our road race program, but also for many of the different disciplines of motor racing that the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA supports, whether it be solo, whether it be rallycross, whether it be, what am I forgetting besides solo and rallycross? There are many different things here, but also our HPDE and time trials program as well, which we have a number of events here at Summit Point Raceway, also at Dominion Raceway, where you can take your own car out on track and either for educational purposes or to compete in time trials. And certainly glad to support all of the ways that the DC region of the SCCA has fun with cars. You can find more information about the region at wdcr-scca.org. Of course, want to thank our great hosts here from Summit Point Raceway. You can find out more at summitpointmp.com. And our wonderful sponsors. You've been watching them scroll along the top side of the screen, and we've been bringing you their commercials all day long. Of course, the major region sponsors that help the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA put on all of these events. Longtime partners like Radial Tire Company and OG Racing. We've got RP Performance, Belmont Classic Cars, as well as the Autoverse. And if you, I certainly recommend that you reach out to those partners if you need safety equipment, if you need car rentals, if you need tires, if you need a classic car. Go and reach out to those sponsors. Many of them are region members, and many of them have done and really gone above and beyond to support our programs here in the SCCA.
Absolutely. There's Antonio Constantino's got 7 laps left. Let's take a look and see. It looks like our battle here for still second in Formula V with Ray Qualls, and Gary Slayer. I tell you what, it opened up to be about a car length lead at one point in time, but now as they're getting ready to come up into turn 3 and up over the hill, it's about still that very minimum car length to half a car length. If anything at all, as they're starting to come down the hill into turn 5, both of those still trying to work their way to see who's going to finish second on the podium today.
And, Jay Beckley's drive today turning into a very cyclical race as we saw him go all the way up into as high as a 132. He's started now to move things in the other direction. On the previous lap, he ran a 124 flat. He just crossed the stripe a couple minutes ago, ran a 123.4. And so we'll see here. He's starting to work his way back down to his fastest lap of the race, which is a 21.286.
Again, it's all about equipment, right? You got to take care of the equipment. And maybe he got to a point where he needed to cool off his tires to get back around Alex Scaler in that Formula V. Again, sometimes, and we talk about it, and Greg, you've been out here where, you get 1 or 2 cars in your class and you can lose focus sometimes running. And so sometimes you try to alter some things, with your lines or whatever, just to try to, again, use it as a test in some of these, either these qualifyings or even these, the sprint races that we had yesterday. And then you get into the longer runs here, usually on a Sunday. It doesn't take much to lose a little bit of focus for a lap, and then you got to reset yourself in the car. I don't know how many times I've been on radios with drivers where, hey, I need a reset. You can't just reach over to a computer, and hit reset button or escape button and get back to the very beginning. You got to do it kind of on the fly. So taking your mind and just sitting down and resetting yourself while you're in the car and go back to the basics in terms of let me just constantly hit the line. Because I know I'm going to race here, at some point during the year again, or I need to, again, we talked to Morgan about this. What am I doing that, the car isn't going as fast as it should? Is it me? Is it the car? Is the setup really deteriorating as the race goes on? What's the tire? So again, I recommend, and I'm sure most drivers do out there. And if you're not in that age where you're looking at data after every single time you come off the racetrack or at the end of an evening, I highly suggest you figure out how to do that, because that is not only going to make you a better driver, but it's going to make you help you be able to set up the car to be a better driver. So we put up that our little button there. Click that thumbs up, smash that subscribe, pound that notification bell. I think that's the sign. I think that's the thing that we have.
Pretend like you're punching me in the nose.
Help Greg get a new set of glasses here at some point during the year of 2024.
Well, I'm glad you saw that on the screen, because I certainly didn't. So there you go.
Not, so.
All right, once again, Qualls and Slayer going down into turn 5. That is the battle for second in Formula V. And those two have been at it since the beginning of this race. And, it was both of them driving very similar chassis. Both have been Protoform P3s. And Qualls out of Reisterstown, just out of Baltimore County, and Ellicott City, Maryland's Gary Slayer, as they've come a little bit southwest here to race with us at Summit Point Raceway.
Kind of the biggest gap there. It's about 2.5 cars as they come down through 10. I'm saying, given that, maybe 3 cars there. That's the biggest gap. So, wonder if Ray Qualls is, we talked about that setup starting to go away here with 4 laps left to go. You start to hear those gremlins. Right? You start to see, when you talked about the shifting and the gears and everything else, you've got to be really, really smooth on these types of cars.
Yes.
One quick wrong shift and basically that's going to end your day.
Well, and as I've experienced that the weight transfer, not necessarily from side to side, but front to rear with these cars is pretty dramatic, and you have to be, much like with most cars, you have to be very smooth.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really risk those quick transitions from the brake completely off and then onto the brake. Onto the brake is you transfer all the weight forward. You really want to be able to brake very much in a straight line, maybe a little bit of trail braking into the corners, but I think also probably having it, using just 2 speeds. Certainly helps in that endeavor as well, because you're not always getting mixed up and double clutching down through 3 gears or 2 gears
right.
to go into a corner. It's at most 1 gear.
Tell you what, watching Ray Qualls come through turn 5 last time on this lap here really got in there kind of hard, and that car really got loose on entry there, especially under the braking. So going to lose a little bit more time coming out of there, but able to gather it back up through the carousel. And as they come out of turn 10 now, gets back to within, a car length and a half. We'll see as they cross the start-finish line, and it's back up there. So it looks like the 9 machine just didn't get a good exit out of turn 10. Now it looks like they may go side by side here.
All right, so Brian, the next time Antonio Constantino crosses the start-finish line, he'll be starting his penultimate lap. 2 more laps remaining, and here comes Constantino now out of turn 10, and he'll cross the stripe. But we're going to continue watching this Formula V fight as it goes on, because it might not finish until after the cool-down lap. They might be racing back to the paddock as well.
Well, I tell you what, we talked about it last time by. Ray Qualls really loose on entry, getting into turn 5.
Yeah.
He has now made that pass, and now he is pulled out by about a car length over the 9 of Gary Slayer. So, again, both cars starting to, really go away as this race goes on. And now you've got to get, Ray Qualls kind of in a little defensive mode there, coming out of turn 6, heading up through the carousel. We'll see where they're at when they come out of turn 8. But, again, that 9 machine getting a good run up the hill, up underneath the bridge. We'll see whether or not Ray's going to be able to hold him off here with the coming to that last lap here momentarily.
I was just going to say, Brian, looking at that carousel camera, that the camera's getting a little bleary-eyed as this day goes on.
I think that I think as the day goes on, again, our
getting sleepy.
Cameramen are getting tired out there.
That's
and
right.
So that usually happens when the batteries start to run down. Maybe it needs a little bit more vitamin D. Right?
That is definitely possible. All right, Constantino coming out of turn 10. And he is going to take the white flag. 1 lap remaining here for the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour from Summit Point Raceway. And we saw just before Constantino got to the start-finish line, Jay Beckley, who is now pretty consistently down into the mid to low 1 minute 22 range. He's just ahead of Constantino as the Formula V fight now. There is Alex Scaler starting his final lap, and we've got Gary Slayer and Ray Qualls. The next time they cross the start-finish line, they should be starting their last lap. They're coming through the carousel right now, and the big question is where is Constantino? Yeah, and whether or not these two are going to get 1 more lap. Hopefully Constantino, if he gets to him, and it doesn't look like he's going to.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's going to get to them, because he is just now coming up out of turn 8, turn 9. Well, that's Jay Beckley.
Here comes Constantino
so he's
now.
not going to get them. They're going to definitely get 1 more lap.
Yeah, and they're coming out of turn 10 right now. And so both Gary Slayer and Ray Qualls, who are side by side to start their final lap, Brian, they've got 2 miles and 10 turns remaining as Antonio Constantino will take the overall win here in our final race of the day. He's our sole racer in Formula F. Jay Beckley, I feel pretty confident at this point that, if he can do another 2 miles, and even if he can't do another 2 miles,
he's definitely going to win the Formula 600.
Yeah, he's going to win Formula 600. He should finish second overall. Coming out of turn 10 now to take the checkered flag is our Formula V winner. That is Alex Scaler out of Asbury, New Jersey, turning a fast lap of 126.789.
Greg, let me interrupt you here because I'm watching the cameras here, and I see Ray Qualls. I do not see Gary Slayer. I have not seen him come down. This is not him coming down the hill.
Yeah.
That is Constantino. I am not seeing Slayer anywhere.
And Brian, we ought to we'll take a look because I think he may have had an issue over at turn 3, but he has now continued. And actually, I think we're going to see him coming through the carousel right now.
So I think he just left turn 3 at the moment. So he's going to be coming down that hill. Because I saw Jay Beckley coming up on the back end of the Ray Qualls machine, but I did not see Slayer coming down through there. So let's take a look.
Yeah, as Beckley crosses the line, and now the number 9 of Gary Slayer crosses the line.
That's
the blue number 9.
That's Ray Qualls in the 86. Or maybe that is the 9.
No, the blue car, that's the
So
9,
that is
Gary Slayer. It was
Ray
Ray
Qualls
Qualls in the 86.
Yeah, so that's the one.
And he should be, well, I don't think he's going to actually cross the finish line. I think we're going to see him come into the pit lane right now. Yeah, and here comes the 86 down the pit lane.
Okay,
He's
so
going
not
to finish.
going to finish.
Yeah, he's going to finish another lap down, not going to finish.
All right.
All right, so that is going to wrap up our final race of the day. Antonio Constantino taking the win in Formula F, Jay Beckley in Formula 6, and then in Formula V, it's Alex Scaler, Gary Slayer, Ray Qualls. That will round out the 3-car field in Formula V, as Alex Scaler is not going to take his victory lap. He wanted to finish early and go home. He's going to head back to the paddock, get things packed up, and ready to go. All right, JC, if you can throw the upcoming schedule up one more time, finally. And so remember to join us in 3 weeks on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. We're going to have the first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series of the event of the season here, and then very soon after that, we'll be down at Virginia International Raceway for the Sark Mars Challenge, and then at New Jersey Motorsports Park at the end of May. All right, the one person we haven't thanked in the last 20 minutes is Giancarlo Schooler.
Yes.
He is our director here this weekend. He has done an amazing time. Let's go back and actually, as we've got some victory laps starting, looks like Jay Beckley is going to take his victory lap. But I want to thank Giancarlo, who stepped in pretty much at the last moment here. And Giancarlo just got his competition license with the SCCA 2 weeks ago. So hopefully we'll see him out at some of these Mars races in just a few weeks. But it was great to have somebody who knows the racers, knows the action, and did a great job following everything around. So if you haven't done so already, go ahead and forget my eyeglasses. Go ahead and give JC a big thumbs up. He'd really appreciate it. And Brian, thank you as always for being a wonderful partner, even if I do call you Brian Bolansky every once in a while.
You know what? I'll answer to anybody's. I'll answer to any name. I know who I am. I know I'm sitting over here. But, look, another great weekend. The weather did turn out to be nice. I know it was a little chilly yesterday off and on. Today turned out to be a great day. Had some rain overnight, which kind of, threw a little bit of the wrench in here, especially for the morning groups. But I think everybody got through it. Again, no major incidents, and the ones that we did were very minor. And look, I'm looking forward to 3 weeks coming back here and doing it. I mean, no, I'm going to spend the next 2 weekends back here.
That's right.
After that. So looking forward to Mars 1 here. Looking forward to a new set of racers coming in. And hopefully we get some of our students that went through school, just as you talked about, John Carlos, get them out here and get them racing as well.
All right, so let's do this to sign everything off. We're going to thank again our great partners here from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. You can see there as the drivers are giving and the volunteers giving a big wave to the drivers on their victory laps. But again, we couldn't do this without our club members and, of course, our partners here with the SCCA.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with the real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.